Hello, friends. My name is Eric, and I think you and I and Rachel too will have a special time tonight as we discuss the things that make us feel always oh so right. With logic and with truth, we'll talk and save the day again. From people like those idiots at Rational Typology when. Hi, Steph Tour. You know what makes those people so mad, right? At Rational Typology. You can tell by the very beginning of their video about me. What do? What's the first thing they do to set up the video? They show me making claims about me being exclusively right. That's the stuff that drives them crazy, right? They think this claim is false, that Eric is exclusively right or whatever. They don't ever actually even analyze what I'm saying. They just despise me for making that claim. That can't possibly be. You're excluding our thoughts from the equation. Well, yeah, because they're wrong, you tards. You know? I didn't watch that whole video of theirs. I couldn't possibly sit through 5 seconds of it, but I actually talked to the guy, so it's frustrating because it's so obviously just a straight up function disconnect, right? Like, you're talking about people who call their thing rational typology. And then when asked directly, well, how do you falsify your so-called system? They say, I'm not sure it is falsifiable. Then why do you call it rational typology, for God's sakes? I mean, what's your definition of things that are rational? They just picked apart my words for the sake of it. Yeah, I could put it up. I mean, it's like, how do I communicate with those people, right? When I start the conversation and I'm saying, okay, so we apparently disagree about whether or not TI is links to conditional reasoning. And their basic response being, I don't think conditional reasoning exists. It's like, oh. It's like, can you imagine two people talking, referees, right? And one of them goes, that was an illegal forward pass because it was to an ineligible receiver. And the other referee goes, are forward passes legal? Ever? I thought we only ran in football. The guy thinks Jordan Peterson is an ENTP. What does he think I am? I don't really have a favorite philosopher now. Myself, I'm my favorite philosopher. That's just the truth of things, It's maybe not what people want to hear, but I don't know the website celebrity types. How in the world would they type Jordan Peterson and me as the same type? Like, are they paying any attention to the two people they're typing? I mean, there's nothing to pick apart in my words, really. They can try to attribute some sort of motivations to them or something, but they're not going to be able to pick apart my words. Number one, because they lack the skills, fundamentally. Number two, because it's not like they're particularly bright. I mean, I won't talk to the guy. It's not like he's a particularly bright example of his type, whatever type he is. It's like there's variation within a type, right? Some individuals are smarter examples of a given type than others and more competent at things. What made them think they wanted to do a typology channel about rational typology? It's like if he's so vague about what his positions on things are, why would he think he's well equipped to explain cognitive functions to people? I'm sure Nina's very nice. I didn't talk to her. He seemed nice too, you know. I don't think they're assholes or bad people. I think they've got like entrenched Dunning-Kruger or something. You know? It's like they still understand so little that they don't understand that they don't understand. I believe they probably are honest in their self-assessments. They're just not capable in them. But I wanted to talk about other things besides just them too. I'm brimming with things to talk about today. You know, I wanted to say that regarding intuition in general, that introverted intuition has got a great allure to it. And when I do DMT, I definitely go into a state of more introverted intuition. I have, you know, it's very different than, say, it's like kind of the opposite of speed. Uh, the idea that intuition is a timelessness between breaths is very much like when time seems to momentarily come to a standstill on DMT between breaths. And it's just you existing in the universe, you know. It's juicy. But a lot of times it's wrong. And that's okay, you know. It's like the video I made this morning about getting the names backwards is wrong. That was my NI perspective on the matter. But if I look at it from a more of a TI perspective, I understand, okay, I was right in the sense, but I had misframed it. It's not that they got the names backwards. It's that this is why Jung got TI and TI's subjectivity backwards, because he didn't understand it properly as the corollary of FI, but rather he understood it as the mirror of TE, which was an incorrect frame to understand it as. Not everything's connected, Winston's mom. This lighter's not connected to my hand. It just seems like it. Okay. Oh, another thing I want to talk about is my adventures with PayPal on behalf of my clients. So, my kid, Jeffrey, Ian was an INFJ. My kid, Jeffrey, is quite a remarkable ENTP teenager. And he's got this business he's got started. Basically, he is designing keyboards, ordering components, putting them together, and selling them to people. They're like high-end gamer keyboards or something, you know? He's doing that. And he's using this strategy called group buy, which means people pay a lot of money up front, relatively, and get a product like a year later, right? So they have to wait for the product. And anyway, somebody asked for a refund at some point. One of the people who paid via PayPal. Only like 25% of their payment came through PayPal, but the 25% that did comprised $20,000, right? So PayPal, though, freaked out because they didn't issue this refund to this one guy, and then PayPal had to issue the refund because the guy asked for a refund from PayPal. And then basically they held the 20 grand for 6 months, and then they said at the end of the 6 months, oh, we're keeping it. We're keeping the 20 grand. And I've been on the phone with them. I had some interesting conversations I've recorded where I asked them things like, they say, okay, well, why did you seize this money? And they say, because of a user agreement violation. I say, okay, and what part of the user agreement was violated? And they cannot specify what the violation was. So basically they're saying, we seized it because they're criminals. Well, what crime did they commit? We don't know. But that's why we seized it anyway. You know, it's ridiculous, right? So I've been on the phone with them and trying to help them through this process. And the people I've been talking to are, you know, obviously frustrated because I'm not letting them get away with any of their bullshit. Because you know how these people, what they want to do is they want to bland you to death with words. Just a bunch of bland words that don't mean anything and not answering my questions and avoiding shit and being evasive and all kinds of the shit that I really don't like, right? So I end up yelling at the PayPal person on the phone every time I talk to them. But anyway, we're making some progress. What I said today was that, look, PayPal, here's what happened. You saw these people with a Chinese last name. You saw some sort of connection to ordering things from China or something. You thought shady import-export business, but you totally got it fucking wrong. It's a couple of people who play for the LA Philharmonic helping their kid with his ambitious high school business idea. You morons. And then we made a little bit of progress. They tried to send us this like report you can appeal or whatever. But it was like the wrong thing. We got to call them back again tomorrow. So the point is this. What's going to work with PayPal ultimately is not, although the TI has to be there, which it is, they don't have any fucking legs to stand on at all. It's ridiculous. But what's going to work to get them their money back ultimately is the NIFE. It's them PayPal coming to understand, oh, that's who these people are. This is what was going on. Now we get it. Now we understand what happened here. In the absence of any information, right? They're going to draw their own conclusions based on the little pieces of data they have. For them, the NI conclusion was Chinese people, probably shady import-export thing. Okay? Something shady. But it doesn't violate any of their terms of service as far as I can tell, or user agreement or whatever. What Jeffrey did. So, the point is, NI is what got them in trouble in the first place. And NI is going to be what gets them out of trouble. But the TI has to be there for the NI to get them out of trouble. Whereas the TI didn't have to be there for the NI to get them into trouble. Do you see what I mean? Do I often get hired by Chinese tiger groms? Right now, as the only person who is hiring me for anything other than typology. And I don't know. I don't think I'm being hired to do this either. I just volunteered to do it, sort of. Like, you people are doing this wrong. You know me. That's not how you do things. Hi, Hambone. My point is, everybody goes into these conversations basically blustering, but mostly on defense. Whereas you need to go into it with genuine offense. So my thing today was, well, I probably shouldn't say it because there'll probably be, YouTube will probably flag this, but I'm going to say it. But I had a very colorful way of saying what they had done to Jeffrey that I kept referring to their seizure as. Hey, Winston's mom, what time is that thing I got to do for that guy? So what's the analogy for rational typology? Rational typology is like the DPRK, okay? The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is not democratic, it doesn't serve the people, and it's not a republic. It's a dictatorship by the Kim Jong-un family, right? So they add 3 names in front of it to make it sound less awful than it is, I guess. Well, same thing with rational typology. You know, they call themselves rational. Same thing with objective personality. They call themselves objective. Neither of those things are what they call themselves, right? They're as objective and rational as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is democratic in a republic. You know what I'm saying? Friday, 11 a.m. Let me put that on the old calendar de Eric, as they say. Thanks. In France, that's what they call my calendar. Calendar de Eric. Friday at 11, huh? 11 in the morning. Yeah. That's when the thing is. Yeah. Zulu. Zulu is military talk for the word Z. Tomorrow I got a 1:30 conversation with PayPal. I would love to start a daily live stream called Hui's Conversations with PayPal. Which is basically me haranguing the person on the phone. The thing is, it always makes me feel icky a little bit afterwards, but it really gets my adrenaline going too. So, cool. Is he gonna live stream it on his channel when we do it? Or am I supposed to live stream it on my channel? Or is that not decided? I'd rather he live stream it on his channel, I guess. It would be better for me. But I'll do whatever, I don't care. I do have a conscience. Going into those conversations is always a bit of stressfulness for me, and coming out of them is always a bit of stressfulness for me because I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't like the. I don't really like getting angry. It makes me feel all adrenaline buzzy after the fact. And there's also this element of, to the extent that I'm justly berating these people, there's a pleasure I get out of it that I find kind of sickly sweet and not good. And so I generally kind of feel icky about the whole thing, even though I think I'm doing the right thing, quote unquote. Okay. That's fine. Winston's on. Whatevs. Whatevs, babevs. Do you know this guy, Mike Zulu? Are you familiar with him?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever watch his tarot stuff?
Yeah. I got a reading from him. I got just like a general reading, a clear one, and it was pretty good.
He's not the guy who banned me, is he?
No.
Eric, if you draw a grid with 3 vertical lines and 3 horizontal, like a tic-tac-toe, but with 1 extra line in each direction, you get a waffle? Am I picturing this? Sort of. It's like a grid with these words written in it in each of the squares. Right? Daughter, mom, girlfriend. Mom, girlfriend, daughter. Top row is 3 vocab words. Okay. Yeah, okay. So what do you do that for? Why is that happening? Well, what's the purpose of that thing that you're talking about?
It sounds like a middle school game.
It sounds like one of those things you go, pshim, 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 pshim.
Yeah.
I need a moothmick. Will all 3 people have similar feelings about each word? Like, if I tell my daughter that she's pretty, my girlfriend that she's pretty, and my mom that she's pretty, will they all feel the same way about it? Probably not. Why would they? My mom probably wouldn't understand what I was saying. Oh, I see. It's backwards. Well, you're asking me how they feel about the words, not how they define them. If you asked them each to define them, they'd probably have pretty similar definitions. Right? If I ask you how you feel about ice cream, you may respond very differently than how I feel about ice cream. But if I ask you how you define ice cream and you say it's a dead moose on a stick, you're wrong. Right? Make sense? But why am I contacting? What am I even going to say? I don't even know what to say to him. What am I supposed to say? Here's some poo? You think they would define them differently? Well, I mean, you're picking pretty subjective words, right? You're picking pretty... I forgot what the other words were, but... beautiful and cute, right? Well, sure, but the first thing I want to do is play this song. This is my new song. I've been practicing it, and I want to play it before we chat any further. I mean, and it's obviously words that describe very subjective state of affairs, such as sensations and feelings, are going to be less precisely definable than words that are describing more objective matters, right? The most objective words are those that describe mechanical relationships between things rather than things themselves. Well, that's an NI matter, Habili. That's an NI matter. It's a matter of synergy. In other words, I believe I can more correctly identify than the vast majority of people whether a given piece of musical work has like timeless staying power versus is maybe temporarily enjoyable or versus is just plain bad, you know. I've already pointed out, though, Habili, and I've said many times, hi Octavio, that this is not something I can deductively establish or argue or win by a TI. It's just something I believe. So take it for what you wish, you know. After all, Habili, I want you to remember this most of all. I think I should turn the mic down a little bit first. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Plant the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large, dear, other ways. Give each a chance, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody had to show. Plant the slabs below, let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large, dear, other ways. Give each a chance, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a bitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody yet to show. Plant the slabs below, let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true, each duty renews. But when the slope appears, in charge today, options at large steer. Other ways, give each a chance. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a bitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Oh. It's hard to play with my hand. Who else has been following the Brian Laundrie case? I don't know. Did Brian fail to do his laundry? Is that the issue here? Is somebody not doing their laundry? Okay, Hambone, I'm in the room. I'm in the room and on a broom, like witch's doom and me a goody doo. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time and slow, nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below and let them show. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come into view. Unchangingly true, each duty renews. It's actually eternally new. I changed it. I'm going to change it here on the lyrics so I don't make that mistake again. So I'm going to show you guys the lyrics here, for those of you who are curious, with my showing button. Window capture. Pew! 3. Pew! 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 What's up, James Carolus?
What room?
Autonomy. AUTONOMY. Autonomy debate. Warfare for children. So, do I think he is there? Do I think who is where? Do I think Abraham Lincoln's in heaven? Probably. I'm not sure, though. Let you in? I don't gotta let you in, do I?
Do you think he should be sainted?
You just go there. Should Abraham Lincoln be sainted?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe Hulk Hogan should be sainted. As one of our most famous professional wrestlers. He didn't even know Abe was sick. That's a great joke. I like that. Pleasant, but a little embarrassing and overwhelming. Kind of like my phone call to PayPal. It's like, you know, it was fun. It's kind of fun in a dirty way because I'm yelling at somebody. It's like I wouldn't be yelling at them if they weren't making me mad, of course. This is the thing to note. Not that that excuses it, but still it's true. If they weren't saying such TI fucking polar shit to me, then I wouldn't have a problem. Can you imagine these people saying that the reason they stole their $20,000 is because they committed a user agreement violation? And when I say, okay, well, tell me what it was, they can't or won't refuse. They've refused to specify what it is. It's like saying, we're punishing you because you're a criminal. Oh, well, what crime did I commit? Well, we don't know and we won't say. Well, then how do you know I'm a criminal? Well, the point is that you're a criminal. But, okay, so what crime did I commit? Well, you committed the crime of being a criminal. Well, it's like, it's okay, you fucking people. How's it going with you, Hambone? Are you live and in person in the autonomy room?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn you up a little bit. Louder like chowder. There you go.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite soups.
So what's going on? Are you more rocking
Well,
or rolling?
um, hmm, I'm rocking right now.
Are you?
I'm rocking out. Yeah,
Do you got a girl?
because I'm talking to you.
Oh, you're talking to me. You got a stash. Is that your real mustache, or did you buy that at the costume store?
It's not fake. I'll pull on it.
Oh, wow.
It's real. I was growing out my beard, and then I was gonna keep a stash for about a day, but people told me that it looked good, so
It
I
does.
kept
It
it
look
for it.
no, it
And I
looks
thought,
great.
oh, I'll try that for a while.
It looks great. You definitely have to keep the stash, bro. You are the Burt Reynolds of INTPs now. And that means pretty soon you're going to find your Laurie Anderson, who's the Laurie Anderson of Burt Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, George Ferguson.
Uh, Jared Ferguson.
Yeah.
Oh, so I asked a question in chat. I don't think you answered it, but what type do you think Norm Macdonald was?
um, he's a tricky one. I don't know.
Because I could see he is. I could see both. I could see maybe INTP. I could see INFJ as
Yeah,
well.
I could see either of those two.
Um,
I don't think he's an extrovert. I agree
he
with
did
your.
an interview. He did an interview where he kind of expressed how intuition was important to him, and he defined intuition as being what we understand in the cognitive functioning community, or at least yours, as being inward intuition.
Hmm. Well, I mean, that is kind of necessary for jokes. I mean, the thing is, you gotta have both, right? It's like you gotta have extroverted intuition to come up with a lot of jokes, but you gotta have introverted intuition to edit, to get rid of the ones that aren't funny.
Right, and so I guess the argument I make for both of those types, INTP, he seems to, if he were an INTP, he seems to revel in his awkwardness and use that to his advantage.
Yeah. He's got a lot of great jokes, I'll tell you that. I really enjoyed his moth joke. I really enjoyed his Polish jokes.
Professor of Logic.
Professor of Logic
Professor of
joke
Logic
is
as well.
fantastic.
Hold on, go ahead.
I'm gonna put up the part in Billy Madison that makes me laugh.
Okay. I really enjoyed his gay pride joke. That's probably his most immediately hilarious joke, I guess.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that one.
Well, it's the one I've watched of him telling it is he's on the Dennis Miller show, which is must be on HBO or something because it allows for some language that probably wouldn't make it onto network TV. But it's a great joke. Check it out. And in general, I like his kind of meta approach to joke making. Like he did this one thing, a series of jokes I saw where he was like on, I think he was on Conan, and he was like he'd make like kind of vaudeville style jokes, and then he'd end it with like, and I said, "You dirty dog," and it was
Uh-huh.
it's like it's nothing
Uh,
it's not being
but he
explicitly.
was talking about his wife.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's talking about his wife. Yeah,
His wife.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was great. It was like he was doing a lot of different things at once.
It wasn't him.
Oh, it wasn't
My
him.
SI served me wrong.
Oh, okay.
I always thought that was me.
Let's see what the old chatteroo has to say here. Yeah, I didn't really start to appreciate him until after I learned he died, or recently after he learned he died. Um, well, you have to watch the joke, Jeremiah Fix. It's it's a joke about going to seeing a gay pride parade in which the parents had a sign up saying we're proud of our gay son, and then you know taking that to its logical conclusion.
Uh, the other joke that comes to mind that he performed on his podcast, which is kind of a meta joke because it became even more poignant after he passed. But he was talking about Hitler because I'm sick of this Hitler guy. We should just go kill him. His co-host goes, "Well, he's been dead for about 70 years," and Norm says, "Oh, I didn't even know he was sick."
It's hilarious. It's kind of like
So good.
I when he's basically like, I don't like Oscar Pistorius. Yeah, that guy's a dick. Like after he murdered his wife. But then the thing he doesn't like is that he's running around on these fake legs all the time. So it's like Norm required some patience from the audience as a comedian, more so than I would normally advise, I guess. But
Mhm.
he had a particular genius to him, and his just sort of general bearing and humorous way of being, I guess.
Well, he was great at making kind of dad style jokes funny again.
Yeah.
He was
Just
great
because he
when
was
we
such a
did.
master of the pause,
Yeah.
the comedic stall.
My dad never liked him, but I always liked him on Weekend Update. I thought he was one of the funniest.
Yeah. The thing is, the reason I didn't really pay much attention to him before or think that much of him was because if you don't get his highlights, you can get um, you can get some very like stylistically juvenile thing examples of him. Earlier in his career, he said a lot, a lot, like too much, and it hasn't necessarily aged that well. As he got older, he was a little bit more precise in his execution of things, I think.
Well, part of his shtick is trying to appeal to the common man, and part of that is using common verbiage, but also uh, he'll employ type phrases in order to distract from the joke, so that once he's done, it kind of takes a while to sink in before it hits its full effect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Here's one of his quick jokes that's easy to retell. Um, so my wife, she went into a coma, and I said, "Doc, surely there's got to be something I can do." And he said, "Well, it's kind of a wild idea, but I've seen it work before. You gotta perform oral sex on your wife, and sometimes that'll bring her out of the coma." And he goes, okay, well, I'll give it a shot. Goes in the room, comes out 5 minutes later and says, Doc, I'm trying, but she keeps choking. And that's a great joke, right?
I've never heard that one before.
Gryffindor. He's got to be top 3 for me. I can't see you right now. You're not on cam.
I'm on cam on the live stream, just not on the whereby, because this camera is being occupied by the other thing, so I can't do it can't be in 2 places at once. It's subject to the law of non-contradiction.
Well, it worked last time.
Sometimes it's not, but sometimes it's not. Though. You could look at Rachel. Would you like to look at Rachel?
You can see me on the.
Sure.
Oh, maybe I can do it actually. Let's see. Okay, well, there's Rachel's hand. See Rachel's hand?
Hi, Rachel's hand.
Hey, Hambone.
It's like in Toy Story 1, where Woody was showing Buzz's arm.
Oh my gosh, that's such
Is Rachel
a good
actually there? Or are
scene.
you?
Yeah, so it won't let me do it. I don't know why. Because it's being a dick. That's why. Just like Oscar Pistorius. When I first saw that joke's headline, which was, Norm Macdonald hates Oscar Pistorius, I actually thought, what a weird joke. He's referencing this relatively obscure, I guess, jazz bassist in his joke. I was thinking Jaco Pastorius, who is a relatively obscure jazz bassist. But then I remembered, oh, wait, though. No, he's not talking about that when I heard him talking about it. He's talking about the guy with the no legs. He's talking about the no legs guy. I'm going to refresh this. Murderous no legs, they call him. It's his nickname in the track and field community.
Murderous no legs.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah. There. Okay, now we're back and better than ever. We're big, bold. We're bursting with
Bodacious, busty, beautiful.
we're bursting with bodacious busts. Yes. Hambone and I, the two of us, are 4 heaving waves of bosom like you've never seen. We're a couple of bosomy men.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So since you've grown the mustache, you've gotten more play from the ladies?
I feel like the elephant in the room.
No.
No, you haven't gotten more play from the ladies?
I think it's actually detracted from my ability to get some.
Okay.
My capacity to get some.
Everybody,
Facial hair is.
It's a huge turn on?
Go ahead.
Is that what you were going to say?
No.
All girls, what they write, when they fill out their thing, they go, I like long walks on the beach, facial hair, and roses, red roses. That's what they all say. So anyway, that joke is not about Jaco Pastorius. It would have been maybe funnier if it had been about Jaco Pastorius, because why would you hate Jaco Pastorius? And who knows who Jaco Pastorius is? I happen to, because my dad listened to a bunch of jazz when I was growing up. But otherwise, I probably wouldn't know who it is. He's like a jazz bass player, you know.
Oh, I don't know who Jaco Pastorius is.
Gaco is his first name. So For those of you who wanted verification, that is a sign of an authentic GWFP live stream. You do get some Rachel coughing in the background. That's a sure sign you're not getting a counterfeit live stream. So, here's the thing about typology and cognitive functions that annoys me, is that I'm constantly hearing about or seeing or getting told about various wrongnesses, or people running into people like rational typology. Like, what is rational typology's whole point? Their whole point is that I should never ever make the claim that I'm right and everybody else is wrong or something like that. They're not responsive to anything I'm actually saying. They're just offended by that basic claim, right? So, regarding that, the point is, it's not my central claim. That's the thing I say, like, at the end of a whole big long thing, I might say that, right? So they started their video with the end of my long explanation as to why I was right, but they only include the part where, at the end, where I say, and I am right, and they are wrong, blah, 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 with none of the justifications. That's how they start their video. The thing is, regardless of whether or not they like that conclusion, that's just one of the set of conclusions, and the least important of the conclusions to draw. The important conclusion to draw is that there is one right way to do it. It so happens that around here, there's enough smart people, and the situation is set up properly such that the right way has come about to be understood. It's not just via me, it's via everybody, and the fact that it's all been done up front, out front, in front of everybody, without me trying to keep like secret details to myself or something, or require me and Shan to sit in separate rooms, you know?
Least important and thus easiest to attack.
Right.
So you wouldn't lose much by ceasing to make that statement.
Why did they put quote marks around debate coach? I am a debate coach. That's that. I mean, I'm not coaching much debate right now, but that was my job for a long ass time, and still sort of technically is. I'm coaching Chloe in debate, and to a lesser extent Grace. So, I mean, I am a debate coach. Why would they put scare quotes around that? It's not like me putting scare quotes around rational typology. I have a reason for putting scare quotes around rational, because their typology is not rational. It's like, what the hell is wrong with these people? They just hate me because I'm right and I say so. That's what it boils down to. There's like no other explanation, really.
I haven't seen
Yeah, that'd be great.
real valid critique of your system in a long time.
Yeah, me neither. Right?
And I have seen them before.
Right. I mean, the thing is, it's not. You're right. The thing is not critique proof, right? There are areas of mushiness and things that are not quite fully well defined and stuff, and people can try to pry at those things. The only people who are really capable of finding the right areas to pry at are INTPs, and they seem, by and large, less interested than they have in the past in just shitting on this, and more interested in going, okay, it looks like there's a correct map after all, if we could, you know. And then they engage in their own sort of mapping off of that or whatever they do. But I feel like of late, the INTP shit on error contingent was always small in the sense that it was focused on shitting on specific things that it could be shit on, which is what they're supposed to do. But I think that's diminished. So that the only people shitting on me now are people who have no legitimacy at all.
And it was instrumental. It was instrumental in helping you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was hugely
instrumental.
Yeah, it was hugely instrumental. If you look at all these single little individual instances of INTPs holding me to account, making sure I was TI precise, it was hugely instrumental. Like, you know, I would name in particular as one that comes to mind who helped bust down a couple of wrongnesses of mine successfully was Evelyn. Yeah. Evelyn was very effective at getting me to see things more clearly by pointing out where I was wrong, which is what INTPs should do for ENTPs, right? They're the only people who can do that for ENTPs, really. I mean, INFJs might be able to point out where we're wrong, but not it won't be able to explain why.
No, I was just wondering if it's like that for ENFJ and INFJ.
Probably.
Well, the thing with INTPs is I don't know that we get much long-term satisfaction from continuing to engage in the same environment where we encounter wrongness too often, in the sense that if it comes to be that I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
I have to pee.
You go pee. Is it true that C.S. Joseph charges $500 or more for typing? I don't know how much he charges. I know how much it's worth. 0. It's worth 0. If you saw the typing today that I did with Lou, I would hope that the takeaway was Eric's good at honestly engaging with a person and trying to understand who they are as a means of typing them. I think a lot of people who go into typing sessions as typologists are interested in conveying their expertise to the other person, convincing the other person that, they don't need to question, you don't need to question me. I'm like a doctor, sort of. I'll just tell you your diagnosis and we'll leave it at that. The fact is, INFJ, yeah, Boba Fett, INFJ. The fact is, if you're going to type somebody, you're telling them who they are ontologically. And so you really should direct your attention to getting to know them. Asking them questions and then following up on those questions with questions that are prompted by the answers, rather than just having them fill out some sort of questionnaire or send in a little clip of themselves or some other bullshit. You have to actually get to know a human being. You have to see how they respond to various kinds of conversational stimuli. And that there's a bit of there's often a bit of a therapy quality to it, that because I'm genuinely trying to understand the other person and get to see who they are. It's not very often that people get to have that kind of attention paid to them. Like somebody smart directing an hour of their attention, asking you questions, trying to figure out who you are fundamentally in a way that can help you self-understand more productively, let's say, or, self-declare more defensively. What types typically do best on your TI questions? INTPs, ISTPs. Kind of definitionally.
Okay, to finish my thought, it's either we find that we've raised the standard so much that we don't feel like we will be very effective in that environment anymore, or our expert intuition tool function gets the best of us, and we're like, well, let me find another community where I'd be more able to make an impact. So, like with yours, INTPs the TI work is so laid down by this point that it would take longer to find weaknesses in the system.
Right. Josh G says, can any backslot TI users do well on them? Yes. 5th and 6th slot can do well. But what I like to say is it's difficult to tell apart 3, 4, 8, and 6. 5 is usually a little stronger. Okay? So if you've got a TE Dom, like ESTJ, ENTJ, then they'll probably do pretty well on the things. You've got to additionally sort of note how they react to it and approach it. So there's a definite, and this isn't very specific, but there's a definite like FE vibe change between people who natively go to TI questions and people who natively don't. So well, it's like my dad got mad at me the other day because he woke up and the front left tire of my car was still low. And he had told me 2 days ago, it was like, I seen it myself, it was low, but I hadn't gone anywhere really, and I hadn't bothered to get it filled up yet. And he decided to wake me up and yell at me about it. And one of his points was, listen, Eric, if you drive around on that thing with it low, you're gonna make it worse and damage it or whatever. And I said, I haven't gone anywhere. And he said, I said if. And I'm like, okay, well, that's great, Dad, but the problem is the antecedent to your conditional is false. So the truth value of the conditional as a whole is not, I mean, it's like always valid, never true, So
Right. I think that's the difference between maybe your dad being an ESTJ and my mom being an ISTJ. Like, if I pressure her on TI6 slot, she'll give up.
Yeah, well,
And
my dad will shift ground and say, "Listen, that's not what matters. What matters is no longer the argument I was just making, but what works or whatever."
but I don't need pressure by exactly challenging. It might have more to do with FE7 slot. Like, she just doesn't want to have to manage how I'm receiving her.
Right. Well, I mean, the thing is, people want. If the nice thing about TI is you can ask TI questions which compel a person to display TI as a subject would use it, which is to say, here's a problem, solve it with TI. Okay? So the thing is, when I'm actually dealing with my dad in real life, my arguments are always met with the same thing. Yeah, but ignore TI in favor of TE, is his basic response no matter how he phrases it. Okay? However, if I were to ask him directly TI questions, he'd probably first say, well, why are you asking me this? Because he's a TE person, right? If he were a TI person, he'd probably just answer the question right away, especially if TI really high up, because he's used to evaluating things like that. He'd be like, ooh, fun, right? But the same thing happens on a less extreme level in a typing session when I'm asking TI questions of somebody who's TI fifth. There's this kind of like, what are we doing? What is this thing we're doing here? For a second before they go, oh, I get it, we're doing TI things. And then they can display their competency as a subject. Sixth slot is used to only using it as a subject.
As a subject, you mean?
Meaning they use it when the world demands them to use it publicly. I am acting as a subject publicly to do something in the world. In their own private time and space, when they have their own decisions to make or whatever, they don't use that six slot function. Just like for my own life, when I'm on the clock and I'm at work or something, and I have a job to do, I'm much more TE. I'm quite TE, but in all other aspects of my life, I'm very TI. I don't bring it home with me. I'm not an agent with TE, and I'm not an object of TE. I don't like being the object of somebody else's TE, but I'm used to expecting to be a subject, right? So the same thing is true with everybody in their sixth slot. If you're ISTJ mom, then she's accustomed to being a subject. She doesn't want to be an agent. In other words, she doesn't want to have to think about, like, she doesn't want to evaluate other things for TI, okay? And she doesn't want to be an object. She doesn't want to be critiqued for lack of logic. She just wants to be a subject. You have to provide it when required and not have to think about it the rest of the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing with TI6 slot too is that they don't make many errors from what I've seen on those grounds that are impactful enough to warrant you calling them out. And so her and I get along well on TI grounds because I think she kind of trusts me to agree with her when appropriate and sort of modify her TI-based conclusions about things outside of herself.
To answer Leaf Trimmer, this is Hambone. He is an INTP. He lives in the state of Washington. And he, like George Washington, has wooden teeth. They're amazingly lifelike for wooden teeth. Those are great. I'm impressed by the quality of your wooden teeth.
I spray painted them.
You may also notice, Leaf Trimmer, that he's grown a mustache. And, of course, the natural consequence of that is everywhere he goes, panties are dropping all around him. Being an INTP, he thinks it's the sound of frogs jumping or something as they hit the ground moist in their own puddle.
I just don't know. It could be any number of causes.
So, yeah, I mean, the thing is, INTJs can be very good at TI, especially if they do some sort of computer stuff, if they're, like, into coding and stuff like that, you know? ISTJs are usually a little less robust in the TI than INTJs, even though it's in the same slot. Because, of course, ISTJs don't have that universal knowledge function. They've got an experiential knowledge function, so they've got to have it worked into their daily routine in some regard for it to really take. They don't generalize out as well. Things like that, you know? Just like ISFJs don't. Like, I lived with ISFJ for a long time talking about cognitive functions. Even after 2 years, she was going, "What's FE again?" You know, it's like she never picked it up because she didn't try to learn it. That's SI Dom.
ISTJs, from my experience, are definitely more hands-on oriented. Just because the repetition of using your body to accomplish a certain number of particular tasks is satisfying to them. So, like, my mom pursued for a while being an esthetician. And that was difficult in its own way for ISTJs because there's a lot of one-on-one, and they need to make sure that the customer is satisfied with their experience and ultimately the outcome. And if they're not, then that can kind of put ISTJs in a corner where they assume that they've done the best they can and they can't really understand why the other party is dissatisfied.
Yeah, so for everybody's record, if anybody could put the link to that again here in the chat, that'd be great. There is the unedited video out there that they published as an unlisted video. You can watch it yourself and see how the conversation went. It was basically me going, "Let's talk on level 3." Him going, "I don't understand level 3." "Okay, well, let me explain level 2." Him going, "I don't understand level 2." Me going, "Okay, well, let me explain level 1." And him going, "What? I'm not sure anything." And me going, "Okay, fuck this noise." You know, it's like if I'm trying to say, "Okay, oh, you want me to explain calculus?" "Well, you know quadratic equations?" "Well, no." "Okay, well, you know, like, basic algebraic equations?" "No." "Well, you know, like, long division?" "No." "You know multiplication?" "No." "Okay, I can't explain calculus to you because you need to know those other things first. If the person's not understanding that conditional logic provides binary distinctions between things, and that whether or not you think that's good or bad or whatever, it is in fact a distinct way of understanding from a sort of spectral TE kind of general empirics approach. The fact that I have to argue that the distinction exists before we can even begin talking about something, it basically sets a bunch of necessary but insufficient burdens for us to begin a conversation, which I don't want to fulfill, right? So once I explain to him, yes, okay, there is a difference between conditionality and causality, then there's yet another thing I've got to do before we're able to talk. Okay, that dude is not an INTP. The dude from Rational Typology is not in any world an INTP. That guy is, there's 0% chance that guy's an INTP. I talked to him for a solid 30
video
minutes.
Is that? Is that your most recent typing session?
No. The raw video, can anybody link that please? The raw video, the video of the unedited video of my conversation with Rational Typology. I don't know who else is over there. I talked to one guy and he was definitely not an INTP. I doubt he was an INTJ. He might say he is, but well, it depends. I mean, the thing is, alpha quadrant sensors, like ISFJs, can be quite good at it too if they choose to learn about it, right? So the thing is, like the ISFJ I lived with never picked it up at all because she didn't try to. ISTJ friend Cameron, he's not really trying to learn typology, so he never picks it up either. But look at Oliver Linehand. He's an ISFJ and he's picked it up all beautifully because he's attempted to. So it really depends on what they direct their SI to, what they direct their choice to learn towards. And then they will learn a lot about it. Thank you, Hambone, for putting the link to that. So that's the conversation. Thank you, Rachel, as well. That's the conversation between me and Rational Typology, I think. And if you want to see the unedited one, they have it up on their channel. So there it is. You can see for yourself what happens. It's just like what I described. I go, okay, from what I understand, you guys disagree with me on this point. You disagree with me about A. And they go, is A really an alphabet letter? And I go, okay, let me explain alphabet letters to you. And then and they go, why are you telling us all this? Because you asked if there was, you said you didn't think there was a difference. And it's like, because we're trying to establish this thing so we can go on to the next point, right? But you're not letting me establish anything. You want to play necessary but insufficient burdens all the time. I don't like that game. If that guy's an INTJ, he's not a very intuitive INTJ. I'll tell you that.
You know, Cloud is active in the leftovers of the former Talking with Famous People official Discord server. And the most consistent typing he's had for himself is INTJ. If there are any conclusions to draw from there.
So how many types is that now for him that he's been? How many different types has he been?
Well, he was ESFP, ENFP. I think he was self-typed as ISFP at one point. INFP.
I mean, of course, that's the thing is,
so at least 5.
They've got NI as an instrumental value, as does INTP, but they have no TI to back it up at all. So it's just like fourth slot, weak ass, instrumental, NI. They think the truth can change periodically as they need it to because that's what the truth is for.
Well, he's got better TI than I'd imagine an ESFP to possess. He frustrates the hell out of the ENTP owner of the server.
How?
How?
My experience with him
Well,
is he says something stupid, I correct it, and then instead of acknowledging that he was wrong, he moves on to say something else stupid. That's my experience with him.
yes,
Ti
that's
addresses
that's actually exactly what happens.
Ti has arguments that are longer than one
he moves the
step.
goalposts all the time. He doesn't.
You know what I'm saying? Ti
Say that.
arguments
Say
are
that
more than
again,
one
sorry.
step. Okay, that's what I'm saying. His Ti arguments are more than one
Yeah.
step. His arguments are always one step.
He doesn't circle back to a central point ever. He's responsive, reactive.
Provocative.
Yeah.
He likes to make statements that he knows people disagree with. Then they challenge those statements and say why their statements are wrong. Then he just changes to another statement that he knows people disagree with. That's his strategy, right? And from his perspective, he's engaging in debate of some sort because it's the best he can do, right? It's like he's here in this ecosystem in which actual debate comprises any of the meaningful communication within the ecosystem, and so he does his best to imitate it. He's like the polar person who can't hear the sirens on the fire engine, but who plugs their ears every time because that's what everybody does, right? And he's got therefore no nuance in understanding when things are loud or quiet or whatever in this area. He's just monkeying the pantomiming the sort of most obvious splashes of debate.
Yeah. That's my read. I don't know if I type him in ESFP because I haven't talked to him at length, but
Yeah, there's
the
that.
ENTP owner of the server, thinks that he's an ISFP.
I mean, why is he so? Why is he so vocal if he's an ISFP? Why does he talk so much?
The ENTP says something about I don't know. It's a bad understanding of typology, but
it seems to be abundant.
Is he definitely an ENTP?
Probably. I mean,
he goes. He's not drawing. He's not able to entertain multiple ideas at a time or something. That's his argument for why that cloud is polar.
he hasn't actually tested any actual polar people before yet. It's like if he were to actually try to test them with an NE test, he'd discover the difference between NE polar and NE eighth very easily. NE eighth is quite proficient when tested because, again, it's one of those subject functions. It's instrumental. You use it unconsciously as a subject pretty well, you know.
And I've tried to take people in the server before. To the best of my knowledge, I came across a real ISFP, and I asked them to come up with reasons for, say, eating ice cream, and it's like, I like ice cream. Other people eat ice cream. That's it.
The best kind of questions, I think, for the most reliable NE test questions are come up with your invention and ask them to name it. Any polar people will give you one name, and then when you press them for more, they'll say, that's the best I can come up with. Or at best, they'll give you a variation on the first name.
Right, because they immediately try to find something that is realistically marketable.
Well,
and they can take it further from there.
they're intentionally habituated to finding the single best answer to the question, not to coming up with a bunch of brainstorm possibilities. It's like it's a different frame of reference, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, TE as a subject, Hamza, TE as a subject is about figuring out, quote unquote, the logics of some system that has its own logic, whether it's a refrigerator or a company or a computer app or whatever. Figuring out a thing that's got its own logic and the logic of that thing. I mean, maybe not a computer app. It depends on the kind of app, but that's very much a TE consideration. So there is that component to it. As a subject, TE is about figuring out objective dynamic systems, which is to say systems without subjective elements to them. FE also deals with objective data in its interfacing, but it's dealing with objective data about subjective matters, namely other people's feelings, statuses, things like that, you know? An infinite number of equations can be lent itself to the same answer, and that be logic. I can find the answer even without math. I mean, the thing is, all good logical explanations, Sten, ultimately produce empirical tests, predictions, right? They can be tested in the concrete world. So, for example, when the guy who came up with plate tectonics to explain why the continents were moving around, moving further apart from each other, okay? When that guy came up with plate tectonics, he couldn't come up with any good test for it. But it was still a good explanation. It turned out to be the right explanation. Eventually, some other people came up with the idea, here's how we check this. We check fault lines, okay? If we're right that the Earth is expanding and the continents are moving further apart because they're like things on a balloon, right, that's expanding, they would be moving further apart for that reason. If we're correct about our explanation there, then the fault lines will all go in like this. But if we're incorrect and it's plate tectonics, then the fault lines will be all jagged up and down. And in fact, they discovered the fault lines were all jagged up and down, and other things since have supported the idea of plate tectonics. And what used to be pseudoscience is now accepted as the legitimate explanation for continental drift. So, as all good ideas, not all good ideas, okay? Let me correct this. As has always been the case with a subset of good theories or explanations, not all of them are driven foremost by empirics. A lot of them are driven foremost by intuition. The theory of relativity, for example. It's driven by intuition and justified by logic and reason, not by empirics, until after the fact. Later on, people go, you know what, it's right, the empirics hold up. Einstein's predictions have been proved true. Okay? But recognize the fact that what comes before the empirics always is the intuition. For meaningful theories and explanations about things that are complex, open systems like human consciousness, okay? In other words, the intuitive explanation comes first. It makes sense within itself, with its own logic. It resonates intuitively as correct, and it's resistant to critique on TI grounds, okay? And ideally, it produces itself, or shortly thereafter produces some testable predictions that can produce data that's consistent with the theory or inconsistent with it to falsify or verify it, right? That's how these things work. So when you say logic is just meow, and can be represented as millions of different things, you get the same logic, blah, blah, blah. You're ignoring the fact that I'm trying to explain something logically, a theory, an explanation of why things are the way they are, a mechanics that could be tested, make predictions and be tested so that we can establish, in fact, that it's the correct explanation. In other words, it is incorrect that the Earth is expanding. It's not blowing up like a balloon.
And if you don't do that, you end up like Dave Superpowers, where you have this set of data that you're scrambling to interpret all the time, and it's always changing.
Right. Because there's
and
nothing
there are no
concrete.
parameters to constrain it.
Right. You need a check or a balance, like with something that's external to your thing, right? So that other people can test it too. If you've got a system that other people can't falsify or verify, then it's just your make believe system, right? It's like I could do I could make up my I made up my own tarot cards here. That's fine to do because tarot cards doesn't claim to be the only or correct way of doing magical cards, right? It's a silly idea that there would be a single correct way because it's not trying to explain something real. It's trying to enable you to use symbols to engage magically with understanding in some fashion, right? So my cards are just as valid as any other tarot deck. But that doesn't mean the same thing is true for cognitive functions. Not at all. That is pretty much S, testing the hypothesis. I mean, it's just good science, right? It's good thinking. If in fact your model is correct and it makes predictions, then test those predictions and see. And that's how we validate. That's one way in which we validate models. Another thing is, if you're trying to model a system, you have to ask yourself, can my model be turned into a simulation? Now, the thing is, any model that gets turned into a simulation is going to be reductive, which is to say, since we have an open system that's a dynamic system called human consciousness, if you're going to simulate it, you have to reduce elements of it to approximations. That's the idea of a simulation. You're not trying to create everything in its purest, most realized form. You're trying to have a low resolution mechanical explanation of things that approximates, right? So in that regard, if we were to simulate it, we would say, okay, well, extroverted intuition we define as putting information on this field, blah, 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 blah. But so when we do talk about it, we need to talk about what level of description or map we're using. If we want to include a map that's got a lot of metaphor in it, and it's not so mechanical, that's fine. But we need to sort of begin that conversation by saying, listen, this is a metaphorical style map. It's not going to withstand a lot of TI scrutiny, but it does help people understand the gist of things. Some types are limited in their capacity to understand the fully deductible, the fully deduced out reasoning of the thing, and they have to rely on heuristics if their TI is low enough in the slots, you know? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the point is like this. Observing that things fall at a constant acceleration rate or something, if they have the same sort of aerodynamics, even if they weigh different amounts, like that observation of a physical phenomenon, and then there needs to be an explanation for it, right? And eventually, out comes this explanation of gravity. Well, that's a different sort of phenomenon than a cognitive function model or, say, relativity. In other words, relativity and cognitive functions both represent framing up. They both represent, let's try to understand human beings through a frame that includes the observer. Just as relativity tries to understand physics through a frame that includes the observer, right? But see, no, that's the thing, Jeremiah Fix. Just because there are relative qualities to certain, you can find a relative aspect to just about anything you ever say, right? Because words mean things, which automatically links them to other things. Doesn't mean that everything is relative, okay? So that's a huge mistake to make. Just because observation occurs doesn't mean that everything in the universe is relative, okay? It does mean that when it comes to light and time, that those aspects of things are relative to the perspective of the observer. Okay, that's true when it comes to those, but it's not true of everything that everything's relative. It doesn't even mean anything to say everything's relative, because then you have to understand what relative means by pointing to that which is not. So anyway, the point is, there's a big definition, a big difference between going, aha, our current frame of reference is wrong. If we look at it from this other angle or perspective, or through this other frame of reference, then the actual mechanics work like this, because we were heretofore ignoring the observer. Well, you can think about cognitive functions as being philosophy's watershed moment of the same sort. It's saying, heretofore we've explained things without the person who's doing the explaining ever explaining anything about why they're explaining it. And that means it's an incomplete explanation inherently. We have to include the observer. Why am I explaining this right now? Because I'm an ENP. Okay, well, what does that mean? It means I have MIA strategy towards closing the gap between map and territory. And that strategy is basically making sure that I continually update the map so it's always as right as I can make it. And try to establish that there's a single universal dominant map. Because, of course, the problem that we have now is that there's not agreement about that. It doesn't really matter whether I'm right about cognitive functions or not, or whether what we're saying is correct or not. Before we can even get to that question, we should get agreement on the point that there is a single correct explanation. We don't have anything close to agreement on that. In fact, we have active disagreement about that. But just as there's a single correct explanation for continental drift, and it's plate tectonics and not the Earth expanding, and just as there's a single correct explanation for time and space and observation, and it's relativity, not Newtonian physics, so too is there a single correct explanation for typology, and it's basically what I've been describing, and not things that are exclusive of that. COVID ads and Frank James ads, huh? Well, if you love COVID like I love COVID, you'll be standing in line. Give me some COVID, then some more COVID, then I'll be feeling fine.
So, Hoster, are you basically making the point that we need to agree that there is some kind of objective criteria as far as cognitive functions goes before we can agree on what we're trying to describe here?
I mean, what I'm saying is we need to agree that we're trying to explain continental drift, not offering alternate interpretations of a tarot draw. In the former, there's one correct answer. In the latter, every answer is equally correct. If we view typology as the latter, then we reduce it to something that it ought not be. We reduce it to a non-objective, mostly NI thing, when it can be much more robust than that, because there's good TI and empirical reasoning, good empirics and good TI reasoning to justify everything that's being claimed here, around here anyway, Maybe not around typology in general, but around here. And so it's like, if you can imagine, before there was consensus about continental drift, there were a bunch of YouTube channels back in the old-timey 1920s YouTube that you never hear about, but it was just like regular YouTube except in sepia tones. Anyway, back then they probably had all these channels going The Earth's expanding. No, the continents are actually getting smaller. That's why they seem to be moving apart. And then there'd be some other channel going, no, what's happening is the water's getting bigger, and but the rest of it is getting smaller. And then there'd be other people going, actually, it's a flat Earth. And then there'd be other people going, it's a cube. And there'd be this robust community of continental drifters that can't even that and then you go, okay, well, it's got to be one or the other, right? And they go, no, we can all be right. It's like, okay, meow, give me a meow, 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 meow. Right? That's not how we're doing things. It's not serving any good for anybody to reduce to desecrate typology by pissing on it in that fashion.
Mm-hmm. Well, lately, what I've come to understand subjectivity to be is just of the person validating on personal metrics and nothing else. And objectivity is much more than that. So,
I mean, there's no doubt that rational typology attacked the person, me, not what I was actually saying, right? It's like if they keep focusing on claims that I make about me being right and don't pay any attention to why I'm saying I'm right, then they're just attacking me and not what I'm saying. And of course, you know, for a lot of people, they can't distinguish between the two. How do I distinguish between my positions and myself is something that people, it isn't obvious to a lot of people. You know, it's like if I am attacking their positions, they think I'm attacking them. And for me, it doesn't work that way. If you're attacking me, it's because you're not attacking my positions like you should be. You know?
right. I don't know. There are plenty of motivations that go into that, as you know,
Well,
and it's
well, Chris Siak, what they do is they comprise accurate maps at certain scales of perspective, okay, or from certain scopes and scales of perspectives. So it's better to have accurate maps than inaccurate maps. Of course, maps are always maps. They are not the thing itself. So in other words, a lake is not blue ink on a piece of paper. A lake is this big wet thing where fish live that is out in the wilderness. But on the map, it's just blue ink on paper. So of course, it's true that the representational model is going to be limited to being a model. It's going to have to reduce things to binaries and definitions and stuff like that. It's going to have to be done with logic, and that's going to give short shrift to the low resolution experiential aspect of things that deals with things in real time. Of course, it'll be modeled within the model, but because of the nature of the model, it's less capable of representing things that are less representable, obviously, you know. And the thing is, people need to remember how much our personalities are defined by our relationship to time. So as a person who's got three metaphysical functions first, it means I go turn-based time, turn-based time, turn-based time, real time. The only time I'm really experiencing real time things is when I'm SIing, when I'm in the bath, when I'm brushing my teeth, when I'm rah-rah-rahing in bed and feeling cozy. Those are the only times I'm really I'm spending my attention experiencing things actively in the moment. Or like when I do a couple whippets and it feels really good and I go, it's a way of sort of crocking into my SI, you know. But for the most part, I spend all of my time in turn-based time. I'm thinking about stuff that's talking related, idea related, and so forth, right? And for people who are in the moment or in real time, they might say, you know, you're not present, you're not here with me. But of course, that's assuming their methodology of being present and here isn't first and foremost communicative like mine is, you know? So the reason, like, intuitives in general are so helpless is because we deal with reality in terms of statuses that we update intermittently. And how frequently we update those statuses depends on how high the thing is in our stack. Since S is down near the bottom, we update those statuses in less frequently than perhaps we ought to, and we tend to reduce it more to its experiential real-time component only. So it's like if you're not SE front stack, changes in the actual environment don't seem to prompt, or realities in the actual environment don't seem to prompt action. So, for example, True Progress, this INTP YouTuber, had me on his channel, and I told him at the beginning, like, no, you're doing this all fucked up. It's going to sound awful. It's going to blah, blah, blah. You need to do it like this, basically. Because I don't remember what he was doing, but he was doing something all fucked up. And he acknowledged that he was doing it all fucked up and then proceeded to continue. I was saying, like, no, you need to stop it and start over, right? But his acknowledging of the statuses didn't actually cause him to take the action to do things differently, right? He never shifted into real time and went, oh, I have to do something. So he just proceeded as onward. I think it was like he had this long rambling disclaimer of a beginning, and I said, okay, stop and start over, dude, because this is so, it's like all INTPs. Well, before I begin the beginning, I need to set the table of the pre-beginning, which requires me to go back to the pre-table setting part and establish what I was thinking then. Then I'll establish the table setting part, then the pre-beginning part, then we can get to the beginning. At which point, we can maybe proceed to the second step if going in the beginning doesn't lead to a tangent that causes me to go back and redisclaim a secondary pre-table disclaimer. That's how, like, you go, wait, this is the beginning of the video? This is how you're beginning this video? Are you sure you want to do this? This is a terrible, terrible beginning. It's just nothing but your endlessly tangential disclaimers. So why don't you stop it and start over? No, he acknowledges that he shouldn't be doing that and then just continues. That's called not going into real time. Just staying in status town forever. Does that sound familiar to you, Hambone?
Well, sure. I mean, that's my tendency to go, infinite regression, whatever. But I think cognitive functions have helped me understand that that's not very productive at all.
Cammy9 says, I don't understand the appeal of Frank James and the like. I watch for accurate information, not likability or this banal pandering that passes for entertainment. Cammy, can I just say, you are my very favorite type. Here's what I love about your type, okay? Your type is so insightful and wise. Your type is so kind and generous. Your type really has a clarity about him that other types lack. That's what I love so much about you and your type. Have I mentioned that you're my favorite viewer? It's true. Welcome. You are so welcome here, friend. I think I'd do better if I was more like that, actually. Except all the people who actually like me now would just go, okay, Eric, you're worthless now. You're totally a sellout.
You're pandering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna get out of here.
All right, see you later, dog. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.
I'll be munching on it.
All right. There went Hambone.
Later.
My favorite Washingtonian. He didn't have a whole lot to say. I tried to encourage him to say some for a bit, but he didn't really have a lot to say, so then I just sort of rolled along with my talking as I do,
Oh, that was good.
Talking like I do. Talk. Oh, that's for the PayPal thing. You guys don't need to see that. Lexicon artist. Namaste. Now do I sound like a yogi? Please put your legs Indian style. Dot, not feather. Is it fair to say you have trouble with defining absolute value or truth? No, I define absolute value as something that's an end in itself, and an instrumental value is something that's valued only insofar as it helps you get someplace else. It's a pretty clear definition. I explain truth as a status that we agree to assign a given statement. The statements have truth values, and that is not universal, unlike validity, which is. So I don't have any problem with any of those things. I've got clear and straightforward operationalizable definitions. I thought of a good way to explain operationalizable definitions the other day. What was it? We were talking about something. Here's a good way to explain how to operationalize a definition. So, the other day I was listening to my own music, and there was one particular song in which I really liked the way the bass sounded. And I said, I want my bass to sound like the bass in this song. I want, however I EQ'd it and did it in this song, I want to do it like that in the future. Now that's an operationalized definition of what good bass sounds like to me, because it's given me a specific example I can compare against, so I can see if it meets the criteria or not, right? Whereas if I just have a general sense of what good bass sounds like, that's not nearly as useful as a definition, right? We want to operationalize our definitions so that we can use them to eliminate certain things or affirm certain things. Otherwise, we're not going to make any progress with what's called dialectic, which is basically reasoning for the purposes of attaining the most correct explanation as opposed to some alternative. Hi, Smitty Werbin Jagerman Jensen. Good to see you. And Jeff Shaw, it is fair to say that you have a lot of trouble coming in here and toppling over this apple cart. You come with your attacks every time, and I have good, clear, concise answers, you know? I've got good reason to say what I'm saying. What I'm saying makes good sense. I'm not bullshitting. But you continually insist that I am. You didn't at all think the original was only 30 minutes? Was it the best 30 minutes of your life? No, when I say an absolute value versus an instrumental value, I am making a clear distinction that I clearly define. And it's reasonable to define it in these ways. It's not an unusual definition for them, okay? Absolute value is that which you consider an end in itself. Instrumental value is that which you consider valuable only insofar as it helps you get something that's an absolute value, right? How does one gain skill in using Occam's razor? Any makes it hard for me. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if, you know, Occam's razor is basically a good strategy to prevent NI overreach. I wouldn't say it's runs afoul of NE necessarily. I asked you a question. No attack. Sorry I made you feel insecure. Not my intent. Oh, it definitely was your intent to attack. That's why you phrased it the way you phrased it, right? So let's look at how you phrased it. Is it fair to say you have troubles with defining absolute value or truth? Maybe because it's a contradiction, so you find it daunting? No, it's not fair. That's not just asking a question. That's framing a question by poisoning the well in the most negative possible way. And then for you to then pretend that you just were asking a question down here. I mean, the disingenuity is It tastes like week old DMT. Not good. It's a nasty taste. But on the plus side, Jeff Shaw, tonight you got a little bit of my attention. So congratulations for that. You didn't make me feel insecure. If anything, answering the question so definitively and so easily reassured me once again that I know what I'm talking about. I don't feel insecure, but I do feel like this weird need to respond to things. Like when I hear people said some bullshit about, yeah, I feel the need to make a video going, that's bullshit because, yeah. And like I said in the typing session today, that makes me necessarily a little bit vulnerable to button pushing. You know, it's possible to push my buttons and provoke responses and stuff. And that's the downside of feeling the need to always clean up the trash. But it's something I'm trying to manage, right? It's like I'm trying to distinguish between trash that deserves a response and trash that doesn't. Truth is that concordance of an abstract statement with the ideal limit towards which endless investigation would tend to bring scientific belief, which concordance the abstract statement may possess. Who wrote that horrible definition of truth? That is a terrible, terrible definition of truth. Ay, ay, ay. Look, truth is a status we assign to statements. Only statements have truth values, and the truth values are true, false, or not, or no truth value, okay? We agree is how we reach the status of truth for a statement. When we assign the statement the status of true, it's because we either have reached agreement about it or because we've chosen not to challenge and have no reason to challenge a given claim. Okay? So anytime somebody makes a claim, it's presumed that before they make the claim is a sentence, I attest the following is true. And if we say nothing in response, we're generally perceived to be accepting the validity or the truth of what they're saying. Now, when people talk about things like what they did yesterday, truth is a very much more concrete concept than when they talk about things like what cognitive function am I using right now, right? If I tell you I went to Disneyland yesterday, you can prove that I didn't, and you can establish that what I said was a lie. Now, note that when we talk about truth, then, there's a third element beyond the two that are normally understood in sort of theories of truth, okay? The theories of truth are as follows. There's the correspondence theory of truth, which basically says meanings correspond to language, and the truth is the closeness to which the meanings, language corresponds to concepts, ideas, other objects, and have meanings. And the extent to which the commonly used meanings are used in accordance with how they're commonly used, then the thing is true more, right? So that's what's called the correspondence theory of truth. There's another theory of truth called the truth bearer, truth holder or something, which is basically like that reality holds truth and that language bears truth or falsehood according to the definitions of the words. But my understanding of truth is that it's a three-legged stool. There's those two elements, and the third element is intent, and that's relevant to the extent more so when you're making claims about yourself. So in other words, there's a distinction between being wrong and lying that is relevant to the question of truth, right? Okay, well, Jeff Shaw, your observation's not justified by anything. So if in fact I live in a strata that is just a self-fulfilling prophecy, you would need to justify that claim with some sort of reasoning, not just simply make it, right? You imply since you say the word then, that it follows from what I've said, but you haven't explained that at all. And you're going to need to do so for any of us to take you seriously. Until you start doing that, we're all going to think you are a bitter, like, obvious, passive-aggressive, damaged, probably INFJ who's drunk. So if you don't want to be perceived that way, then provide real justifications for things. Don't just use FE implications all the time, right? FE-NI implications. It's not going to work. What an annoying person. You know, I'm pretty sure it's basically the only time Jeff Shaw comes out here and does this is when he's drunk. That's what I think. That's my hypothesis. I don't have any proof of that, but that's my speculation. I'm allowed to speculate too, you know. It's not just other people who are allowed to speculate. Well, I don't want to pile on to the extent that's true, but the problem is he keeps projecting his own shit onto me and insisting that I not think that, you better not think you're wise or you know things, Eric, is basically his message, you know? That he's wiser and sees things more clearly and on a broader frame of reference than I do, and that's what he wants to establish. But of course, you can't establish that by just, you know, putting on the airs of it. You have to actually saying enigmatic things. You have to actually provide reasoning around here, or else it's not going to work. What's the difference between NETI and NITI? Well, I mean, the difference is with NETI, if it's in the first and second slot, you're talking about basically TI determining the status of things, okay? Whereas if you're NITI, if you're talking about first and third, NI first, TI third, then it's really NI determining the status of things. Even if it's third, it's really NI determining the status of things. Because, okay, well, I may have in the past, Jeff Shaw, I didn't time me out tonight. It wasn't on my mind. So it's like, you know, INFJs, what really validates things is their NI. And then they go through life and gradually getting better at only saying out loud the NI things that also TI validate, or getting better at TI validating the NI things they say out loud. The reason is because the NI-FE thing is vulnerable, right? It's vulnerable to what I'm doing to Jeff Shaw here. If you get somebody who's able to pick it apart, and they've got reason to, they will. So NI-FE generally tries to stay pretty positive in its NI things, a little less projecty, because of course it will work on certain kinds of people, but it's not going to work on everybody. And if you get caught, you get burned. It's sad as an NHP that we can approach polymath status, but the damn XNTJs will see our OG creations and do it better. Well, yeah, they'll get the outcomes from our good ideas, I guess. Jung would say NTP is less likely to respect or bend to presupposed premises that she looks to confirm or prove first, even just ideationally, since that's more real to them than the senses anyway. Well, another way to put that is NTPs are so map-oriented that they want to make sure the map is correct in every instance before they take steps in the real world. They want to check the map themselves. They don't want to rely on somebody else's mapping they're going to be checking it all the way along to make sure, yes, okay, yep, there's the hill that the map says should be there. Okay, yep, there's the lake on the right that should be there. Instead of most people will just be like, okay, we just drive on this road for 50 miles, right? And then we get there. Now, when it comes to actual maps and actual driving, I am not very TI about it. I just let my phone tell me things, and sometimes I trust my phone too much and I am going to the wrong place or whatever. Sometimes you go like, take me to Zachary's Diner, and then the phone will go, okay, your destination is 13 hours, 46 minutes away. And it's taking you to some other state, Like, no, not that one, moron phone. But if you just don't really pay attention, you start driving, all of a sudden you're like, why have we been driving for like 2.5 hours and we're in the middle of the desert? Oh, fuck. It's taking me to fucking Utah? You know what I'm saying, bros and sisters? Bros and sisses? How many cisgender people do we have here? How many of you horrible, horrible cisgender people are here? Anybody?
Cisgender?
Yeah. That means you just have one gender. Because I'm fluidly transgender. I just go from super manly to regular manly and back again. With occasional dips into womanhood in my down moments. When I get a little weepy. A little verklempt.
What would you say for me?
Yeah, you're cisgender. You're a woman. Rachel's all woman. I inspect periodically to make sure it stays that way. Oh, you fell in love with it? No, you didn't fall in love with an INFP. She plugged in way more electrical charge to your FI outlet than you could handle, is what happened. And that means basically that your emotions went all off the chart. That's not love. That's INFP ENTP disaster town. Is what that is. That's the fucking Titanic on top of Mount Vesuvius, on top of the tsunami from a while back, on top of Hurricane Katrina.
Wow.
You experienced FI for the first time. That's not a good drug, dude. That's not a good drug for you. Trust me on this one. FI is a hell of a drug. Boy, it's like, I get it. She like looks at you and smiles at you. Oh, I adore you. You're just saying that with her eyes, and you're just like, what is this thing that's happening? These are like FI stink lines coming off of this person and hitting me, and your FI starts going, wah, wah, wah. If you have a real non-volatile situation, which is to say like an ideal situation for the two of you to be actually start a relationship, it might last 3, 4, 5 months, but it will kill you in the end. You are not compatible with that high voltage FI. Okay, it's just not good for you. And, it's like FI kind of likes it if you're jealous. They kind of expect jealousy as part of their relationship equation. And FE is definitely happiest when there's no jealousy. So it's like jealousy pops up occasionally if there's a reason to feel it or something. Like when Rachel occasionally talks about previous relationships, sometimes I feel a little flash of either insecurity or want to punch him or something, Rachel, don't apologize, darling. I'm just using my examples to explain things. Rachel, you almost never do it. I'm just using my examples to explain things. It is not a commentary on you. Okay? I talk about my exes more than you talk about yours. She made me jealous with a friend. She hurt me so much. I got depressed, fell into drugs. Now she's trying to see if we can try to start something. No, Schmitty, Jagerman Jensen. No, stay far away. You need to get garlic, holy water, a cross,
Salt.
and no bulky sweaters. You should have a no bulky sweaters sign outside of your house to prevent any INFPs from approaching.
Am I wearing a bulky sweater?
No, that's not a bulky sweater. That sweater isn't even a sweater because it's like a shirt. It's like a button-down shirt. It's got a middle part that's open, right? So you put it on it's like a windbreaker, but in sweater form.
Thanks.
It's a sweater breaker.
Yeah.
Fizz Pistofferson says, jealousy thing not true. Half the INFPs I know are polyamorous. Well, I think that's because they handle the jealousy thing well. It probably is just sort of spice in the whole equation for them. You know? In other words, if you're going to be in a polyamorous relationship, there is going to be jealousy issues. You're going to have to deal with those things well. You're going to have to handle those things well. You're going to have to expect there to be that, and you're going to have to think that's part of being in a relationship. You know? I don't know if INFPs really are in polyamorous relationships, but... No, you can't fix her, Smitty. You can't fix her FI. She won't go away. She won't become different. You can't get her SE to activate the way you want it to. She'll always be wishy-washy about everything forever. So just give it up. You just do all psychedelic drugs yourself, okay? That'll make you happier, and then sharing them with her by a million miles. Doing psychedelic drugs with this girl is a bad fucking idea, dude. You have too many feelings in the mix. You do not want to do that shit. That's what I call bad idea 101. Because it's the 101st bad idea you ever had. Did you realize you'd passed 100? A supreme moral effort? I don't know. I don't know what that means. It doesn't take any effort for me to be monogamous. It's absolutely my most natural state of being. It would be extremely disruptive of me for me to experience any kind of like real flirtation or you know, that kind of like open for business engagement with somebody would be very jarring, because the whole point of me being in a relationship is so I don't have to ever think about that shit anymore, you know. It's what I've always said the whole point of being in a relationship is so that you've got your chick situation solved, right? And the best you can hope for is that the chick has minimal fucking horse mumbler. Okay, I stand corrected. I am wrong about cisgender, okay? Let me acknowledge my wrongness and take my beating. Yet again, I'm wrong. Cis means someone who identifies with the sex they actually are, and not exclusively the other one. Wait.
No, not cis.
Wait, how is that different than what I was saying? Someone who identifies with the sex they actually are, and not... Okay, Hambone says, cisgender just means your gender corresponds with your birth sex. Oh, and how do they know what your birth sex is? Isn't it arbitrary? I mean, you could interpret this thing between my legs as a penis, a vagina, or anything in between. After all, definitions are just words. Semantics. It's just a matter of semantics. It's like, that's what some people would say. Some people would actually say that. Like, listen, at birth, you aren't born any gender, okay? It's just a matter of semantics. That long vagina with testicles or that inverted penis with no testicles, same thing. It's just all on a spectrum. Just a matter of where you arbitrarily draw the line. Yeah, I did say that. You were right, Hambone. I was wrong. Thank you, INTPs, for correcting me. I would suspect most ENTPs aren't that into watching sports. I like watching sports because I grew up in a family where I have an ISFJ mom and an ESTJ dad, and we had season tickets to USC football at the Coliseum all growing up, and I traveled to a lot of Pac-12 stadiums to see football games growing up, and my mom always had the Dodgers on the radio or the TV all summer long, and my dad always had the Lakers on. I really used to be a huge Lakers fan when Chick Hearn was alive. The death of Chick Hearn made me much less interested in the Lakers. Because Chick Hearn was so awesome. He was such an awesome homer of a broadcaster. Eric, we persuade people via different mechanisms. If you take stances with operational definitions, it makes it more difficult to pivot out of their critique. I mean, that's true. Which means if you're trying to not lose, that's fine. But if you're trying to actually affirm something meaningful, that's not. Those strategies have to be tossed aside. INFJ boss has been diagnosed with COVID. I was going to LA to see my INFP sister and 10-month-old this weekend. Sister shut it down. Had tickets to the Rams game. I shouldn't be too sad. I mean, the thing is, I watch less pro football than I do college. I'm much more of a college football fan than a pro football fan, but I do watch some pro. We watched part of the Raiders game last week, part of the Rams game. I'll watch any good football game. If it's close, if it's second half, and I come in at the right time, then I'm happy to watch it if it's a good game, If it's a blowout, I don't care really who it is, unless it's SC blowing the other people out. If USC is getting blown out, as we did last week with Oregon State, then I'm going to turn it off or walk away before it's over. Like I keep my hope springs eternal that SC's going to turn it on and we're going to turn around and win the game. But by the beginning of the fourth quarter last week, I was just like, yeah. Okay, horse mumbler. I was also wrong because cisgender can include hermaphrodites. We identify as both sexes as long as they were born that way. Jeff Shaw, you don't make me insecure. Just because I respond to your provocations doesn't mean I'm insecure. It's a weird thing for you to accuse me of being. I've not had anybody really accuse me of being insecure in a long time. I'm sometimes wrong. I'm usually right. I have my down moments and I have my sad moments and moments of feeling whatever, but insecure is not one of those things. It's like I know how to love myself better than you do, which means when I was on DMT the other night, I was huddling under the blanket and I was feeling like sort of being with myself, and I said, "Oh, Eric, you hopeless, darling little boy." Because really, on a lot of levels, that's what I am, Not intellectually, but on a lot of levels, that's what I am. And I'm okay with that. And I love myself, I take care of myself by getting under the covers and being like a little boy. And that protects me from being insecure. The things I might be insecure about in theory would be like sex, maybe. But I'm not insecure about sex because I'm in such a good relationship. I really believe Rachel and I are incredibly compatible in that area, and so we're both, I think, very happy with our relationship in that area. I certainly wouldn't be insecure about my ideas. I mean, I've spent so many years saying them out loud, you know. Why would I be insecure about their legitimacy? I make limited claims for a reason. I don't go overboard in my claim making so that I can feel very confident in the substantiatability of what I'm saying, you know. He's not worried about making me insecure. He's trying to reestablish the point that he makes me insecure. You know, if he could walk away from this conversation with everybody agreeing that Jeff Shaw makes me insecure, he'd feel as though he had a victory of some sort. You've heard of rational typology, but you've never heard of me. Oh, it's irrational typology. Well, I like you better, irrational typology, because unless you're saying rational things, at least you've got yourself named properly. Somebody the other day explained to me my Thank You 39 shirt, or 39 Thank You, or whatever. Keep that in mind, Smitty. I don't know what kind I'm doing. So the thing is, what was I saying? Oh, Thank You 39. Somebody told me about my Thank You 39 shirt. Which is a shirt that I got because it's worn by the main character in this anime called Blue Exorcist that I like to watch, or I liked it at the time when I got the shirt, right? Well, it turns out that the reason it says Thank You 39 is that the Japanese words for 39 are thank you. So it says thank you. I didn't know that until somebody explained it in a comment, I think, the other day. My pleasure, horse mumbler. Well, I mean, my experience with the DMT has been, I've had a few very intense experiences with it. Not the last time I did it, but the time before, I think I got a sense of the elves, which is to say, I reached this spot where like kind of everything looked like a monkey. I don't know how else to say it. Like everything seemed to be a little guy. So I've had varying degrees of intensity with it, but it's like mostly what I do is I sit there and try to settle into an NI state of being, which is I'm not a very visual person by nature. I don't think the visual things I'm seeing are a very important part of the experience at all. I think they're rather insignificant. What I do experience is this slowing down of time, and in the most extreme moments of it, it's like I said the other night, intuition is the timelessness between breaths, because there's this moment where between breaths there's a stillness of being, a lack of unnecessary thoughts. But my nature continually fights back against the DMT, which is to say, I can't help but, even in those extreme moments, mapping what's happening to me in terms of cognitive functions, for example. But I have some good observations when I'm doing it. There remain good observations after the fact, So and that's really the only drug that I can think of that I've had that experience with, which it's just I'm not somebody who I'm not somebody who well, yeah, what Schmidt's saying. The thing about the ego going, it is true that like I have had thoughts along the lines of really quote unquote getting it that in the day-to-day processes of being me, there is gratification on an ego level when like I win a debate or I'm right about things or whatever, right? But that those things are all just transient puffs of fog, and that the only thing that has any permanence are the objects I leave behind, and they're going to always be evaluated on their own merits ultimately from the perspective of the people evaluating them. And so it's like in that regard it's extremely freeing. You don't have to worry to the extent that you're framing things that way about the ups and downs of the ego across the short term. Are you going to bed, darling Parlene?
Yeah.
I love you with my emotional heart.
Oh, I love you with my emotional heart.
Don't forget to dream about eating plenty of cheese.
Thank you.
So it's and for me, when I try to get into an NI headspace on DMT, it requires me to listen rather than look. In other words, I tell myself, lie here and just listen to the proverbial sound of one hand clapping, which is to say, everything that's not specifically something, right? And then I can get in that state of emptiness for a little bit, and my inner monologue kind of quiets down for a second. But like you, it's rational typology. I've already retracted the claim. Yes, you guys did send me the video. So the first thing you did was send me an email saying, we'll send you the edited video, which is not what I wanted. But you eventually did send it. So, my bad. I should have checked my email right before I made that video. It had been a couple days since I had checked it. My mistake. I retract the claim. I was wrong about you lying. You, in fact, did come through and send the video. I was premature in making that claim. Your email said unedited? Your first emails did, but the one I got in response to the email I sent said edited. I'm editing it right now, and we'll send it to you after I'm done. That's what it said. I can bring it up right now. Okay. I mean, it's so interesting that you're focused on these things that aren't even relevant, right? It's like, that's not relevant to the question at hand. The question at hand is whether or not, in fact, you are engaged in anything that could be called rational typology, right? I don't know what's... Man, I have days and days of emails to go through. I don't want to even find this thing right now. Let me look at my sent. So I sent you... Okay, so... Hey, you told me you send me the video. You went out of my way to assure me you would do so. If you don't want to or don't want me to publish it or something because you think it doesn't make you look good, that's fine. But I understand I'm not a bully who wants to publish stuff despite what people want in the video, what people in the video want. But tell me that then, or send me the video, because I waited a full day or something. You hadn't sent me anything. You say, sorry for the lack of communication. We just recorded a response to it. I'm working on editing the thing and hope to get it out today. We acknowledge Gabriel's mistakes when he makes them, but are also critical of yours and explain why. Oh, you know what? You're right. You did say I'll send you the unedited video. No, I wanted you to live stream. I didn't have any problem with you live streaming. I stand corrected. It does say you sent me the unedited video. That's my bad. I will take down the other video where I make that claim. That's my bad. I did misread it. Or I skimmed it, I read the top part, and I didn't really read the bottom part, So, my mistake. I'm sorry. I'll put up a retraction video as well. Okay, I'll put up a video saying, this did not happen, they did not lie, blah, 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 clarifying the whole thing, okay? And that I, in fact, fucked up because I saw their email, I read it a little bit, I skimmed it, and I didn't really read it well enough, and I got caught. So I will explain all that because I am fundamentally fair, just, and rational. What Jeff Shaw-like comment did I make right there? Oh, in that email? I mean, I genuinely interpreted it that way. Because they said they were going to send it to me when we were done with the recording, and then I waited a full day or whatever, and I got no email from them at all indicating anything. So I assumed they were like, okay, let's not send it to them or something. I don't know. Yeah, yes, I did do that. I made a Jeff Shaw-like comment there because I thought they were going to not send me the video. I guess I was wrong. My bad. The point is, of course, what's the important thing to take away from here, rational typology? I was wrong about whether or not you sent me the video, but I'm not wrong about what I'm saying about cognitive functions, right? In other words, we do need to have a single rational map, and rational means falsifiable or verifiable. It means operationalizing definitions so that we understand that this thing has to fall into this set or an alternate set based on some criterion. We want it to link to a solid empirics as best as possible, such as a skills test that can't be gamed. I mean, these realities about typology are much more robust and much better than anything you're saying about it. The only thing you seem to be doing is trying to cherry pick specific things to attack me about, but that's not a way to disprove what I'm saying at all. You need to actually address the bulk of what I'm meaningfully saying and provide a preferable alternative of some sort or some actual falsification metric, and then you have to apply that criterion to your own system. You're not doing any of those kind of basic reason-based processes on what you're talking about. And that's why you're inappropriately named rational typology. That's why I have you as the DPRK of typology, right? Because the DPRK is called the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. But it's North Korea. There's nothing democratic or republic about it, right? There's nothing rational about your typology because we have a good sound definition for what rational means. It means trying to do things that present explanations, that explain mechanics, that produce predictions, that you can test, that anybody can test using the same kind of tests and see if those predictions are upheld or if in fact the data falsifies the concept, right? It's not going to necessarily verify it. In other words, data consistent with the concept doesn't prove it correct. But if you don't have a construct in which you can falsify it, you're not doing rational work. You're doing something that's different. Okay? Well, I mean, from what I've heard from everybody who've watched it, it's you spend 45 minutes picking apart the things I say to say why I'm wrong about this or that, right? But or why I'm intellectually bankrupt. You call me intellectually bankrupt? I mean, there's no reason for me to watch that because it's so factually false. I'm the exact opposite of intellectually bankrupt. I am a I am making public everything I'm saying with good justifications, allowing everybody to scrutinize them, providing tests that other people can use themselves and to check and validate the system and the explanation I have independently of me, which is what objective, reasonable, rational people do when they're trying to model something like a complex open system like human consciousness. Right? So it's like to call me intellectually bankrupt is to have either no concept of intellect or no concept of money, or both. Hearsay. So you didn't call me intellectually bankrupt or not? Did you or not? No, that's not intellectually bankrupt. That's an assumption that things are the same way they were last time I checked my email, right? It's not intellectually bankrupt. It's a mistake. I can retract that claim. I made a mistake, okay? That's called being intellectually honest. In other words, being intellectually honest doesn't require you to never make mistakes. It requires you to acknowledge them when you're wrong. So you're wrong about typology. Okay? To the extent that you disagree with what I'm saying, you're wrong about it. And I'm making that claim. Now, I've substantiated it with lots of good reasoning so far already, some of which you may or may not have understood. I don't know. But note the difference. You've established that I was wrong about something, so I responded appropriately. I had made a mistake. I was intellectually honest. If I had been intellectually dishonest, I would have read the email and said, oh, I don't see anything here, or I would have refused to read it, or I don't know, right? There's lots of ways I could have been intellectually dishonest, right? Well, I know that they're predicated not on any distinction between TI and TE, because your husband, I guess it is, or you, whoever it is, when I talk to you about whether or not TI links to conditional reasoning, you basically questioned the existence of conditional reasoning. Even though, among thinking people, this is well established that empirics and conditionality are different processes of logic, right? There's no disputing this. And to say that paying attention, to mapping attention, that you could successfully map it while denying that there's a difference between conditionality and empirics, I mean, it's like a toddler trying to enter the Olympics. You can't learn calculus before you learn addition, division, multiplication, and a bunch of other things, right? That's what that conversation was for me. It was like, I'm trying to explain things where we disagree about concepts, right? Except I realize you don't understand what any of these concepts are. You don't know if you disagree with me or not. So I have to try to explain them. You don't really understand my explanations. So I have to explain something simpler. And at that point, I got tired of the conversation. That's what actually happened, okay? Whether you want to acknowledge it or not. We have Gabriel saying, you agree with what? Okay, listen. You agree that TI is conditional logic, is reasoning, logical reasoning, verbal reasoning, right? You do agree with that then? Is that what you're saying now? Okay, well, I didn't remember it wrong. I skimmed it and I didn't really read it very carefully. It's very different when I'm having a conversation with somebody directly than when I'm dealing with emails, okay? Now, the thing is, somebody's linked to this video already. If somebody can look at the very beginning of it and how the question starts, you can verify what I'm saying, okay? And then at the end of a big, long explanation, he asks me, well, why are you saying all of this? Or why are you explaining all of this? And I said, well, because I have to explain it because you said, yeah. And he goes, okay. That's what happened. So, I mean, if you want to, again, though, the most important, so what do you think, rational typology? Do you think it is, in fact, linked strongly to verbal reasoning skills or not? Do you think the verbal reasoning skills comprise a good way to test for TI? Well, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that taking verbal reasoning skills test is a good way to test for TI? Well, of course, conditional reasoning or logical justifications are one way of justifying things, and subjective or personal boundary justifications are another way of justifying things, and they determine their justifications based on different criteria. So if you want to say those aren't forms of paying attention, or that the form of paying attention is broader but includes that, that's okay. That's fine. We can still work with what we're talking about. We don't have to make a bunch of necessary but insufficient burdens that comprise both poor argumentation and that's intellectual dishonesty right there. That's the difference, right? So I'm not saying that TI is conditional reasoning. I've never said that. I'm asking the simple question: do conditional reasoning skills tests tell us anything about where TI is in the slot? You're not answering the question. Well, I mean, if you've watched any of my typing sessions or know anything about what I'm saying, then you'd understand that I ask a series of TI questions with everybody I type. They are questions like, if all crabs have pinchers, and some things that have pinchers are Dobermans, is it necessarily the case that some crabs are Dobermans? I ask questions like that. Or questions like, who is your mother's, father's, wife's, only daughter's, husband's, only child in relation to you? I ask them questions like that, right? So I've asked hundreds and hundreds of people these same kinds of questions, and I've seen the range of possible responses from in the polar slot where people are blind to it, say ESFPs, ENFPs. When I ask them these questions, they respond to things like, if I say, who is your mother's father's sister? They'll say, family? Okay? So the thing is, even you might disagree that this skills test links to TI. Okay, but it links to something, right? In other words, it's a definitive skills test that we can definitively establish that some people are extraordinarily good at it, and that people who are extraordinarily good at it are either also extraordinarily good at extroverted intuition skills tests or extraordinarily bad at them. So you do agree with that. No, the thing is, rational typology, my main point is there are no different systems, okay? So you need to think about it like plate tectonics. For a long time, people understood the continents were moving further apart from each other. And the explanation as to why was that the Earth was expanding. Note that wasn't an equal but separate explanation to plate tectonics. It was the dominant explanation, but it was wrong. Plate tectonics was the correct explanation. What I am doing is saying, here's the correct explanation. If elements of what I'm saying are wrong, go ahead and correct them. But they're not. There's no different systems. We're all talking about the same thing. Some of us are talking about it very precisely and very correctly with good empirics links. That's me, okay? Which is to say, I have these skills tests that link pretty solidly and can test pretty definitively polar. There's a lot of predictions that the system makes that are verified time and time again in the typing sessions. In other words, I'm doing real intellectual work. You are just a toddler in an intellectual playground. And that's the truth, whether you like it or not. Yes, so in other words, if you and I have different interpretations of a tarot reading, they're equally valid because tarot's not an objective matter. It's not a rational matter, right? It's a non-rational matter. It's not necessarily irrational, but it's non-rational. For rational matters, however, it doesn't work like that. It's not all interpretations are equally good. It's the correct map is the correct map, and others are failures. Well, if you agree, then you agree that there are, for example, 4 fields on which people pay attention, right? So it's like, the thing is, clearly you have some positions. Why don't you state some of them, and let's see if I agree with your positions. So far, you've not disagreed with anything I've said, and yet, to the best of my knowledge, your so-called system is not identical to mine. So why don't you make some statements so I can see if I agree with them? What's homeostasis? No, I don't want to watch your stupid 45-minute long video. Look, I put up 45 seconds and you threw a shit fit about me being wrong about one thing, right? I don't want to go through this emotional roller coaster of watching you guys spew dumbass shit about me. It's not fun. If you have any real claims to make them. I had a 30-minute conversation with you and I did not get anything but dissembling. There was no movement towards defining things and making agreement about things. Or disagreement, or clarifying where the disagreement was. It was like talking to a wall of mud. Say something, yeah. Make some claims. Make some claims that you think I might disagree with. If in fact you're agreeing with everything I'm saying, maybe you should be watching my videos. After all, I've been at this for a lot longer than you have. I've been doing this since 2014. I've been talking about typology. I've been gradually improving my understanding of it over that entire amount of time. Because it doesn't just take intuition. It takes intuition, it takes empirics, and it takes logic. Well, I mean, that might not be that might piss people off. I agree with you there, Jeff Shaw, that when I say, here's another reason why you should listen to me that's not specific to my ideas, that sometimes that pisses some people off, right? But for other people, it may actually validate me. So, rational typology, from one thing I understand is that when you refer to me as a debate coach, you put it in quotation marks, right? Is that true? Either in scare quotes like this, or in the description you put it in quotation marks. I actually am a debate coach, right? A professional debate coach. I'm not calling myself a debate coach, but I'm not really one. I am an actual professional debate coach. In fact, I was the director of the probably most successful middle school debate program in the country for quite some time. I've gone open debate schools in Shanghai, I made a lot of logical fallacies. Can you name one? Can you name one? Name one right now. What logical fallacy did I make? Do you have a definition for what a fallacy is? Do you know what the definition of a fallacy is? An element of an argument which, being fundamentally unsound, renders the argument as a whole invalid. Did you know what the definition of a fallacy was? I taught critical thinking. One of the units in my critical thinking class was fallacies. We had about 32 of them, and I had the kids memorize both the name of the fallacy, the definition of the fallacy, and an example of the fallacy. So sometimes I help them by saying things like, appeal to ignorance, the use of a lack of knowledge about something to infer that the opposite is true. So you won't articulate any fallacy that I actually committed, but you're still going to say that I committed a lot of logical fallacies. If you can't articulate one right now, why should I believe you enough to watch the video? Okay, can you give me an example of false equivalence? What did I make falsely equivalent? I never justified any of my conclusions with attacks on you. Okay? People don't understand what an ad hominem fallacy is. An ad hominem fallacy is to justify why somebody's wrong about something because of who they are. It's what you're doing to me. You're not attacking my arguments, you're attacking me personally. Now, the thing is, I did not commit any ad hominem fallacies. I insulted you. That's not an ad hominem fallacy. That's different. Okay? If you want to accuse me of having committed a straw man, What did I straw man? I was asking you questions and explaining things. I mean, I didn't present your case in that video, did I? In that conversation, I tried to get you to present your case, and you didn't. You're not going to spoon feed it to me? I'm not asking you to spoon feed it to me. I'm asking you to tell me the example of the time where I committed one of these fallacies. That's not spoon feeding. That's answering the basic question to justify the claim you're making. If you're making a claim, you need to substantiate it. If you don't substantiate it, we shouldn't believe your claim. I certainly shouldn't watch your video if you can't even substantiate this simple claim. Appeal to consensus. So at some point I said, I'm right because everybody agrees with me? Are you serious? I never did anything of the sort. What makes something a false equivalence? In other words, how do we know when things are legitimately equivalent versus when they're falsely equivalent? No, I never said that. I never said anything of the sort. That I'm right because people agree with me? No, it's like you have to listen to my words carefully. As I said at the end of that, these are reasons why people might legitimize me, not reasons why I'm right. That you can't distinguish between those two things is further explanation as to why I had to cut that conversation short. It's frustrating to talk to somebody who doesn't think well. So, I mean, if that's your accusation, that because I highlighted some other reasons why somebody might legitimize me, and you're saying that's a claim of an appeal to consensus, I wasn't using that justification to justify why I'm correct. It's only a fallacy if you use it as a justification for the wrong kind of thing. In other words, it's a fallacy of relevance. Consensus isn't relevant to the correctness of a position. That doesn't mean that some people don't use that heuristic. Some people do. And I was saying I validated on that heuristic as well. Do you understand the distinction? I agree it doesn't validate my points. I never said it validated my points. I said, here's some reason why others might legitimize me, right? In other words, not everybody parses logically to legitimize somebody else's model. I'm saying I legitimize on these alternate heuristics as well. That is not an appeal to consensus. That is acknowledging that for those people who don't want to listen to the full complex parsing of the thing, have me explain logically why it all is the case. If you want to believe me for half-assed reasons like credentialings or something, well, I have all the requisite skill sets. I am a professional debate coach. I've taught logic and critical thinking classes to high schoolers and middle schoolers. I was a debater in high school. It was very successful, and a very successful debate coach. So it's like I know how to set up cases. I know what it means to establish a well put together case. Now, if that doesn't mean this particular case is right, but if you were gonna use a heuristic to see if this guy's likely or more likely or less likely to be right, then I would validate it on that heuristic. I'm not saying you should use that heuristic, but people do. Pretty straightforward, right? No, rational typology, why don't you quote me? Why don't you put quotation marks and put the words I said here in the chat? Why don't you do that? If I'm guilty of a fallacy of some sort. Rational typology, you are the one who brought up the fallacies, right? You said I committed fallacies. And the one that I pointed out, I think I know what you're talking about, you were wrong about it, right? You were incorrect. I didn't, in fact, justify that I was correct about my positions on typology because people agreed with me. I never made that claim. I said, it is a reason why you might agree with me because I validated on these heuristics, not a reason why you should. An observation is not an argument. No, rational typology. I absolutely did not. Do you not understand the distinction I'm making here? Do you genuinely not understand it? What I said, and I said it at the end as well, because you made this mistake in the video, right? You made the same mistake in the video. You said, those aren't reasons why you're correct. And I said, I'm not saying they're reasons why I'm correct. I'm saying they're reasons why people might afford me the status of correct. In other words, since you're not getting, the basic gist of that was, rational typology, since you're not understanding what I'm saying, maybe you'll validate me on these heuristics instead. Since I can't convince you with logic because you're not capable of keeping up, you don't have the requisite understandings, you're not suited to that thing, right? It's not your fault, but it's just how it is. So maybe these heuristics will appeal to you. That is not committing a fallacy. That's me trying to adjust to the person who I'm unable to communicate right now with, you know? You keep trying to attack me, right? But where actually are my arguments wrong about typology? Where am I wrong about typology? If you can't answer that question, then just GTF out, you know? No, rational typology, just tell me, where do you think I'm wrong about typology? If you can't tell me that in your words, then get the fuck out. You got no business being here saying anything at all. You don't get to just make the claim and then force somebody to go look at something else to get your justification for it. It doesn't work like that. Be a rational person. Provide your justifications here and now, since that's where you're making the claims. Okay? Rational typology. Again, what should you do if you're actually a rational, decent human being? You're making the claims here, so you need to provide the justifications here. Right? In your video, you make claims and you provide the justifications in your video. I'm not watching your video right now. You're coming in here and making these claims separately now. So justify them now here where you're making them. The dummies, arrest them. Though that's dumb too, but they avoid my questions. I feel glum. They need to listen. Pull out your gun, shoot them or miss them. That's why I wrote that song. It's for people like you. It's like, you know, why don't you grant somebody else their legitimacy, you know? Grant somebody else their legitimacy. It is genuinely the case, Jeff Shaw, that I am light years ahead of these people in terms of my understanding. You want me to be more humble about that or something. Well, I get in these arguments in which I need to explain to everybody these are the various reasons why you should listen to me. And some people don't want to argue on point. They don't want to listen to the TI things. They can't understand it or don't want to. One of the two, right? So I say, okay, if you don't want to hear my actual reasons and justify your negation of them with some preferable alternative or something, then you should take me seriously, because I do know what I'm talking about regarding logic, and I do know what I'm talking about regarding argumentation. And I have a lot of concrete empirical evidence to back that up. What's a straw man? I didn't straw man you at all. I'm asking you to establish what your position is. You're not doing it. Your position is I did something wrong. What's your position? Where is my typological explanation wrong? Give me something, anything. The thing is, I'm genuinely humble. I'm not full of false modesty. I'm not going to lie about the significance of my role in figuring this out. There's no reason to. Okay, so listen. See, you are shoving your laurels down throats. Let that go, man. What that means is I'm talking about my successful points too much to you. That's what those words mean, okay? So, an equivalent thing is you should be more humble. I shouldn't talk about or brag about my accomplishments, shove my laurels down someone's throat. Now do you understand what those words mean? You didn't understand what laurels were, huh? That means things that have been successful for you in the past, your previous accomplishments. So, do you get now that yes, Jeff Shaw was telling me to be more humble? To not shove my laurels down your throat? Do you understand that now? The rest of the point isn't relevant to the issue of whether or not he told me to be more humble. It's a separate matter. It's irrelevant to the question of whether or not he told me to be more humble. So if I say, go to the store. Also, did I mention Aunt Mabel will come around? And then you say to me, you told me go to the store. And I say, but you forgot about the Aunt Mabel part. The Aunt Mabel part's irrelevant, right? I did tell you to go to the store. Now, are you going to do any actual meaningful work here? Are you going to say anything that you think I'm wrong about that's actually a point I make about typology? Or are you going to say anything that you think about typology that disagrees with what my position is? Or are you just going to intimate at my wrongness without actually justifying it at all? What are you going to do, rational typology? Because right now, you seem like the furthest thing from the word rational. You are not doing anything that anybody who's smart would call rational. You're not justifying yourself. You're insisting I go look someplace else for a justification, that I watch it myself. You're making claims you're not substantiating. And you don't even know what shoving laurels down someone's throat means. You don't even know what that means. So it's like, why are you bothering to pretend like you understand things better than, I don't know, a pile of dog poo? You clearly don't understand anything. Is this an ad hominem attack? No, it's just I'm telling you the truth about you, and it's quite insulting. The truth is quite insulting. I'm not ad hominem. I'm not saying you're wrong because you're so dumb. I'm saying you're just so dumb that you're wrong. There's a different order of operations there, right? It's like you're wrong and probably can't fix that. Like can't even come to understand why and how. To the best, from what I can see so far, you show no growth at all, or no willingness to move forward in terms of actually justifying anything you're saying. So that means you're basically, in my book, a bad person, because you've come in here and made a false claim, and you failed to justify it. You made an accurate claim about me that I had made a false claim earlier, and I acknowledged that and admitted I was wrong, and thought I would take down the video and publish a retraction video about it, because I'm rational and reasonable. In contrast, you are not. You make claims and don't justify them. When I ask you to justify them, you fail to do so time and time and time and time again. So that's the difference between you and me. I'm rational, you're not. Can you believe it? The nonsense I got to put up with. Yeah, I already took it down. I even already took it down. I went to go double check to make sure I'd taken it down, and I had. I don't know who's writing here, but the person I talked to was the man, and I don't know what type he was, but smelled of TI Polar, fourth slot NI maybe. Although it seems more introverted than that, maybe ISFP. I'm not sure. I haven't typed him, obviously. I'd be happy to type him. How about I type him? How about I type him and the woman? I can type them each successively. I can give you a free typing session. We can publish it. We'll find out what types you are. Or is that way too much legitimacy for you? We'll see how you do on the TI test. We'll see how you do on the NE tests. I've even got some nice, reasonably interesting NI kind of tests I can give you to check at your intuition that way. We'll see how you do on the SI test. We'll measure your actual scores against everybody else who's performed these kinds of skills tests before. I can compare and contrast and meaningfully say you are on the lower end or the higher end of this kind of results, and here's what it typically correlates with, and here are a bunch of other correlates that if I'm correct about this, we'll also see in place. Here's a bunch of process of elimination stuff, and really justify strongly what type you are with a lot of good reasoning. And then we'll see what we see, and then you can make judgments about my so-called system after I type you guys. Right. For all the complaints about ENTPs and quote-unquote debate shenanigans, rational typology is the only person here debating debate shenanigans. I am taking things seriously and literally and honestly, What percentage of people do you think are mistyped? Oh. I don't know. A fairly high percentage. About half, I would say. Boba Fett, about half of the clients choose not to publish. So you can kind of do the math. I don't get that many typing clients. I don't get as many as I would like to or think I should. It's not hugely lucrative. It's an affordable thing, and it's also, I think, well worth it. Obviously it depends somewhat what your intent is going in. If you don't have NI as an absolute value, if you think it's instrumental, then you may be going into that session wanting to convince me that you're a certain type. And if you are that type, that can be fine. But if you're not, then that can make for a somewhat thorny thing. Jeff Shaw, you do nothing but attack me, okay? Don't lie to yourself. You're welcome for the stream. I know, it is good stuff. Okay? I'm going to shove my laurels down your throat. It's fantastic. I'm spitting gold bricks. You should appreciate them rather than trying to shit on me all the time. Them's the truth, people. That was my phone. It made some noises. Steve Van Manen. It's not morning or afternoon. It's nighttime. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that nighttime is the right time to fight time. And I'm going to play my new song again. Jeff Shaw, I never attacked you. It's like, come on, dude. Your passive aggressive bullshit isn't that subtle. It's quite unsubtle, frankly. Let's see here. If it's too loud. It's going to be too loud. Let me turn down the microphone. Once you include the guitar, the microphone needs to get turned down. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through, oh, holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large steer other ways. Give each a chance, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody at the show. Plant the slabs below and let them go, and they will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through, holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. When the slope appears in charge today, options at large steer other ways. Give each a chance, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a bitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow, nobody at the show. Plant the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through, oh, holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large steer other ways. Give each a chance, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a bitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. I think it's gonna come out with a good bass line too. I mean, the most natural bass line for the verse is this, which is just like. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Plant the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through, oh, holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. When this loop. So anyway, it's a fun song. I like it. I'm happy with it. It was quite a songwriting endeavor. Like, I worked on it for a good couple of days, getting the songwriting on it proper pH, you know. Proper pH was the name of, I believe, an antiperspirant, but it might have been for a zit medicine that existed in the 90s that they had commercial for on MTV. Proper pH. It was a funny commercial. Thus, proper pH always is stuck in my head. I mean, funny like laugh at it, kind of. Not funny like it was actually good funny. But, you know, if you want proper pH, you should get proper pH. It's P-R-O-P-A. It's proper. It's not proper. It's an improper proper. It's proper. The most improper of all the propers. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. 'Cause life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. Mostly voices stay to give in. They'll try to sap the will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Can someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Thank you, thank you. That was Cloudy Day in Los Angeles by Eric. It was a song I wrote when it was cloudy one day here in Los Angeles. I looked up at the sky and said, I've got a notion. I have an idea. It's a cloudy day in Los Angeles. Because you see, it is. Oh, well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till he sees you again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delights, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, and he's also busy like his friend, the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. Yes, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's pucker tart and not pucker sweet. Well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delights, favorite right-hand guy. He's international like him, and he's also busy like his friend Beaver Bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, Shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze. Shabba-doo-ba-day. Yes, it's pucker tart, lemon squeeze. Shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze. Shabba-doo-ba-day. Pucker tart. Good old pucker tart lemon squeeze. Hero to the people. Now let's play another song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 30,000 days. Too many expectations. Not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication. Otherwise, you won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. Want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is it so below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. Well, I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing this wrong. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll wanna know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. But tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Ba-dum-ba-dum-da, da-dee-da-dee-da, ba-dee-da-da-da-doo. Bum-ba-dee-da, ba-dee-da-da-da, ba-ba-dee-da-da-da-da. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, like shitty wood. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearer now. He won't provide explanation. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? And too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought, Gerald has a lot, Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. I played that okay. As okay as schmokay. Now I'm going to play this song that I play, that I like, that doesn't really ever get much feedback from people, which means they don't really like it that much, but I'm going to play it anyway because I like it. Saying to Anna's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. Grant and Lana had best be going, they had cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy, and the truck was piling with ash. Lana got the dogs in the Chevy, and Grant counted out their petty cash. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. 120 output Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. Guy got distracted and fire got away. Now from Bradford to Arcadia they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline until they reached the foothills below. Found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had someplace to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options now that their life had burned away. Lana's sister has a place in Laughlin. Wasn't really any more to say. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. I didn't play that very well, but you know, my voice is kind of shot, so I got one or two more songs in me, then I'm going to call it a stream. Sammy has a story that need be told. This is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned. Weary now and questioning the path. Agency out of pay says discretion. Locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression, making sure them underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. What once had seemed to set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression. Offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Lock 'em up with extra dexedrine. Mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying. Well, they feed their fear of dying. Yes, they feed upon the futures of the young. I played that pretty well, even though my voice is shot. What else do I want to play? How about this? El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count, I drizzle more when I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. And the second verse, thus far only, has these upwards. They're made up here and then again every time I play it. They aren't quite the same every time, but it's how you say it. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Bing, boom, bing. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun, but flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid, but still I need get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive. I'm ready to just get mad. I seek the simple ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale? Our capacity to laugh? The sense to know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid, but still I need get out of me what's inside my head. And so I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone. And so I'm sad, still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone, bone, bone. What does it end on? To the bone. D major, that's what it ends on. Not D minor, Eric, D major. You silly goose. Eric, you're a silly goose. Have I ever told you that before? Me? A silly goose? Yes, a very silly goose. It's in the same key, Oliver Linehan. They're both in C. But like El Nino goes C, F, G. This goes, every life lived reaches a time when the road disappears. Listen to. There are times, dark times, times of despair, and times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I'll think of my eyes full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches an end when the road disappears. I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with on, and that satchel of nothing but bones. Satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods, satchel of helpful goods. satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. That satchel of helpful goods. It sounds awful. It sounds like an awful experience, and that's the thing. It's like I don't like getting mad. I don't like having to look at a bunch of trash. It's like encountering a bunch of graffiti. You know, it's like it makes things ugly. It's not like they're saying anything rational or reasonable, right? Even if they spot some occasional thing I've done wrong, that doesn't address the core issue of whether I'm right about typology and whether or not they agree with me or not, right? I keep trying to pin them down on what their position is. They don't want to tell me. Right. So, I mean, they've got plenty to critique. If they're going to critique my FE, fine. I'm sure I wasn't very nice, you know? But that's not a good reason to think somebody's right or wrong about something. The rains are going away. I wish the rains would come here. It doesn't explain it at all, Smitty, because I had this conversation with PayPal yesterday and today, or 2 days ago and today. I was on no stimulants of any sort, and they made me just as mad because of the same fucking reason, people being TI irrational, you know? I don't think that guy's an INTJ. I doubt it, but he might be. I mean, I consistently get angry when I'm talking to somebody who's not working with me communicatively. So if they're purely working against me, trying to preserve their desired status or outcome without actually engaging me, I get angry. I mean, so what if I did commit a fallacy at some point? It's like me committing a logical fallacy in that conversation is not a meaningful critique of my typology approach, right? It's the fallacy of fallacies. Just because someone's reasoning is fallacious doesn't mean they're wrong. So, all people breathe, I breathe, therefore I'm a person. Everything is correct there, but the reasoning is bad, right? It would be a fallacy of fallacies to say that because the reasoning is fallacious, it's an example of affirming the consequent, that the conclusion is wrong. So the thing is, even if I did commit a fallacies, that simply invalidates the legitimacy of that argument. It doesn't invalidate me as a whole, as a reasoned person. Reasonable people sometimes reason fallaciously and have that pointed out and say, oh, you're right, that was bad reasoning on my part. It happens sometimes. So, like, did I straw man them? Well, I didn't really say what their case was. I said, well, from what I understand, this, is that correct? And then they sort of dissembled, you know? The unedited footage is up on their channel. You can see it. If somebody will put a link to it again. There's been a couple of people. It's been linked here a couple times tonight. So we'll link it again. I'm not interested in watching it really myself because I lived it. It was awful. It's like, I mean, it's like two rubes coming into a nuclear power facility and trying to talk nuclear power equipment without knowing anything, you know? It's ridiculous. It's unlisted. You can't find it unless you get a link to it. I told him I put up a retraction. I think I'll put it up with the video, the unedited video itself. And I'll preface it just by saying, like, you can watch the video yourself. From my experience, this conversation was a miserable kind of experience where I'm in a situation where I'm not supposed to be a teacher, but I have to teach these people a bunch of things before they can understand what I'm talking about. And they don't want to be learners, right? They don't want to be a student. They want to be other theorists, but they're not capable of doing it. It's like cows trying to play frisbee football. I mean, the problem is what we're communicating about requires basically my communication modality to be predominant for us to get it right. Because these are the tools that you use to get something like this right. So it's very challenging for me to talk about this subject and try to transliterate to another person's way of thinking. In fact, when I did, as I did in that conversation, at the end of that conversation, I said, now look, there are people out there who don't parse out the thing logically. There's other reasons why you should afford me legitimacy. And I listed things like, well, I'm a debate coach. I taught logic. This is the sort of stuff that pisses people off a lot of times, but can be convincing to some people. So then they accuse me of a fallacy of appeal to consensus, that because I'm an expert, I'm right. That wasn't what I was saying at all. I have all the real reasons why I'm right, all well laid out and stuff. I was just saying, for those who don't want to parse through all that stuff, there are good reasons to think that I understand what I'm talking about, right? That, when I'm saying, listen, this is what it means, conditional reasoning, these are deductive reasoning kind of questions, this is why it links, blah, 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 blah. I'm not just talking out my ass, 9:36 a.m. See, it's tomorrow? Yeah. 6 a.m. my time, right? That's not a problem. I'll put it on my calendar right now. I'll see you at Autonomy. Six in the morning. 6 in the morning, police at my door. Typing session for guy with Thai name. You have a Thai name. What I mean by Thai is Thai, not TIE. Okay. Your name is very Thai. Like, I could see myself ordering Kiet Tuan at a Thai restaurant, potentially. I don't know what it is, but it looks pretty good in the picture. Or Vietnamese. My bad. I mean a Vietnamese restaurant. I could see myself ordering Kiet Tuan at a Vietnamese restaurant. And then they bring out this guy, and I'm like, what's this guy? And they're like, this is Kiet, Kiet, whatever. I can't even see it anymore, so I can't remember it. Kiet Tuan. You've got lots of symbols above and below letters. You've got something below your E and above your E. You really want to maximally get all the phonics juice out of that letter, don't you? And what in the world is that symbol over the A? I don't think I've ever even seen that before. There's some crazy symbols you got in your name. Alright, so I got you down for 6 a.m. my time. That's meow 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 Vietnamese time. X's right to existence by calling it Y and avoiding it. Denied X's right to existence by calling it Y. 6 a.m. my time is not a problem. Today I picked up a very special bottle. A special kind of bottle that is full of fun. It's called Adderall. It keeps me up all night. And besides that, I slept lots of hours last night. And also, I took a nap after I took the Adderall. And now I'm very awake, and I'll be awake all night, and I'll be ready to go at 6 a.m. for Kiet Tuan. I'll say good morning, Kiet Tuan. Are you ready to learn your type? I'm here to type you. My name's Host Eric, and this is what I do. And he'll be like, wow, it was just like you said it would be last night in the live stream. Oh, Jeremiah Fix. The thing is, I get to watch myself behave normally, when I'm neither coming down from Adderall, like, a few days after I've quit, but not on it again. I get to see what I'm like, and it's more or less the same guy. I'm a little more dewy when I'm on Adderall, but like I said, the last couple of days I had these conversations with PayPal. It's like, you hear me yelling at them. Like, let's see if I can find a yelly part for you to hear a little bit of it. This was before I got the Adderall, okay? So make no mistake about it. I'm the same guy on it or off. Thanks for mentioning that, because I'm going to ask them if we should... Oh, that's too early. Fucking goddamn it. Why do I have to have the keyboard to do this? Yeah. Everything has to be difficult all the time. Super annoying. Now, please. Lawyer, okay? I'm a friend, and I'm also a YouTuber. And to me, this sounds like a pretty juicy kind of story to talk about. You obviously owe the restitution. You already acknowledged all the facts of theft. In other words, you can't provide a reason why you stole their $20,000, but you say it's justified anyway. That's theft, okay? Plain and simple. Plain and simple. So, what I would like you to do is put me onto the phone with somebody who has decision-making power to open a new case for restitution for these people, okay? Can you do that now, please?
Sure. Let me just double check that one for you as per your request. At the same time, this is still first, this falls into our acceptable use policy, which
you said that, but you've not justified it. You made that claim, but you can't justify that claim without providing an actual reason. So don't make that claim again. It's unjustified. Now, can you put me through on the phone to somebody who can make a decision regarding opening a case, providing restitution for these people for the wrongdoing you've done? Now, I'm aware you guys are basically immune to class action lawsuits. That doesn't mean you're not immune to individual lawsuits from individual parties who've been aggrieved in this badly of passion. And I repeat, how is it going to play in front of a civil jury to hear that PayPal has financially raped a high school boy? Now, get me on the phone with someone who can make a decision. Did you guys catch all that? Did you guys catch all that? I mean, PayPal kept. They said there was a violation of user agreement. Basically, Jeffrey's got this business going on, and one of the 40 or so $500 payments he received via PayPal wanted a refund, and he said, no, you don't get a refund. That's against the whole policy here. We laid all this out really well in advance and didn't give him a refund. And then then the guy asked PayPal for a refund, and PayPal refunded him the $500. So then they decided to keep the other $19,500 as a punitive measure. First, they held it for 180 days. Then after the 180-day hold, they said they weren't giving it back. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Well, as I explained to him on the phone today, look, you people didn't understand what was going on. You saw a couple of Chinese last names, and you thought this is some sort of shady import-export business. You got this fucking thing completely wrong. These are two people who play for the LA Philharmonic who are helping their kid with his extracurricular business project. He's a 16-year-old boy, and you guys have financially raped him. I mean, that's my next angle too. Is like, okay, well, who can I get the DA in San Jose to charge for larceny? I have a list of the PayPal corporate board, and the next phone call, because I thought we got satisfaction. At the end of this phone call, they linked us to an appeal form that we could fill out, prior to which they said there's no way to appeal this. It's already decided, blah, 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 right? But it turned out it was a bullshit appeal form. It wasn't actually the right kind of form, and so, I'm going to have to call them again tomorrow and go through this thing again, It's like, you can hear the beginning of the conversation too, like when the way that they're trying to fucking deal with this shit. So it's like, let's see, they're gonna come on in a second. Let me just change this.
Also, thank you so much for patiently waiting. So I was able to pull up here the transaction, which we took the funds from the account, and this was originally made last June. June 15 of 2021 for $20,327.40. This sponsor, we took this out this is in accordance with our acceptable use policy. If you violate acceptable use policy or
okay, so let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question? We'll go through this again. We went through this in the last phone call. So which accord of the acceptable use policy was violated?
I guess let me just double check the current status of the account here, okay? Because this can be located as well, sir, in our website. Because there are some.
No, I'm asking you specifically which rule I'm asking specifically to name the rule or cite the rule that was violated.
I guess, sir. I may not be able, sir, to provide it specifically.
Okay, so you can't provide a specific rule, but violations are always specific, correct?
Yes, you're correct.
So if you can't provide a specific rule, then there is no specific violation, correct?
With what happens here with the PayPal account, I can no longer provide additional information.
Okay, then if that's the case, okay.
Align with the use.
Okay, let me say this. So what you're saying is the decision has already been made, so any further input from us is irrelevant because there's no way that you're going to give that money back because the decision's already been made, right? That's what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay, then I'd like to open a new case for restitution for the wrongdoing committed against these individuals, okay? Now let me clarify exactly what's going on here because you guys never investigated as I found out in the last phone call. You probably think or thought that these people with these Chinese last names were engaged in some sort of shady import-export business. As a matter of fact, it's not the case at all. Both the parents play in the LA Philharmonic, and the father was helping his son with a business project. So what's happened here is PayPal has financially raped a high school boy to the tune of $20,000. Now, the other thing is, I'm not a lawyer, okay? I'm a friend, and I'm also a YouTuber. And to me, this sounds like a pretty juicy kind of story to talk about. You
here in regards to with the restrictions that one of your clients sir, occurred in their end. Will you have an ability, sir, to open a report to our website, sir, to our acceptable use policy side? I can send you, sir, an email on how the steps works. Because once once you open this report with us, our dedicated team will review the information.
Okay, so you'll note by the end of that conversation, all of a sudden there was a possible way to appeal this, right? There wasn't. It wasn't early in the conversation. It was impossible to appeal it. By the end of the conversation, it was possible to appeal it. The thing is, I did not enjoy that conversation. I didn't enjoy the one a couple of days ago either. I don't. I don't enjoy having to fight through walls of mud, right? And that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're just trying to put a wall of mud in front of everybody. And Jeffrey's dad's an ISTP. He doesn't have a lot to say. So the thing is, well, look. Ideally, I just get them their money back sooner rather than later, right? Just get them their money back sooner rather than later, and it'll work simply by me telling the truth to the people on the phone. I'm not lying. I'm not misrepresenting anything. They totally fucked up. You know, PayPal totally fucked up, and that's all there is to it. And one refunded payment shouldn't let them steal an entire account, right? So PayPal had to pay $500 out of PayPal's pocket because Jeffrey didn't get how PayPal worked. If I had known this was going on and he asked me about it, I would have been like, just pay the fucking refund because PayPal's going to freak out if you don't. Because I know how PayPal is, you know. But he didn't know, but the idea that they first say we're holding it, doing an investigation for 180 days, and then after 180 days, they say, actually, we're keeping it all forever now. After having said it was a hold, right? It was really like an escrow for a seizure, as I said in a written thing that I wrote today for them. So you can see how that conversation went. The previous day's conversation, a couple of days ago conversation, was more yelling. You know, like at the end of it, I was yelling like, "You better give these people their money back, or there's gonna be fucking hell to pay." You know, except a lot louder, because I was so amazed at the complete buttfuckery of the PayPal's response to my questions. You know. Just pure, unadulterated buttfuckery. You rarely see unadulterated buttfuckery. Usually it's heavily adulterated. I feel hungry, oh so hungry. I feel hungry and thirsty and gay. I feel hungry. And I'm feeling thirsty in K2. That's the real song. That's how it goes, you know. I feel pretty and shitty and gay. Except it's not shitty, it's something else. I feel pretty and blah blah and gay. I feel yeah. And I'm feeling super bad today. What's over there? I think it's cheese. You know that song? I am 16, going on 17. Fellas, just stand in line. Pew 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 pew. That was the first version of the song made famous in Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, Puberty Love. If you've not heard Puberty Love, you can't really hear very much of it. You can hear about 30 seconds of it. But interestingly, the drummer for Soundgarden is the singer on Puberty Love. Well before he was ever, when he was just a kid. You know? Isn't that interesting? Who would have known? Only knowers. Fucker Tart Lemon Squeeze does not engage in but fuckery. Winston's mom. But fuckery is a good term. It's very expressive. It explains well what they were doing. It explains it extremely well. Is it already on? I don't think I have really anything left in this, but I'm going to try to melt whatever is left down at the bottom and hopefully get a little hit or two off of this. I need to get some more of this stuff. I like it. Yeah, but it's basically empty. That's what you would call wishful hitting. It's not really hitting anything. Maybe I need to charge it a bit. I don't know. It does seem to have a little bit at the bottom, but it doesn't really seem to be hitting properly. So maybe if I charge it a bit more, it will provide me the wonders of working. If you enjoy the wonders of working, you're going to love working work. Working work is a new variety of work that always works for you. I will let that charge for a minute and then try it again. See if anything happens. They do have plenty of weed, which is nice. I know, it's like if they wanted to seize $500 of it to cover their losses or something, fine, whatever. I would get that, you know. Like, Jeffrey being an ENTP thinks because he can win the argument about the refund thing that's what matters. It's like, I have to keep reminding him that, look, you are in business, okay? You need to, like, he was talking about there being this sort of like kerfuffle erupting on his board because the way he does things, it's like you don't get your product for a long time after you buy it because they got to be assembled. They use something called group buy. Anyway, and he was like saying how should he win this argument on the board and this kerfuffle about like somebody was complaining because the color port was more like Merlot than port or some bullshit like that, you know. I mean, it's a good story, right? It's like high school kid trying to put together an honest business, designing sort of and assembling his own high-end keyboards for not musical but for computers, you know. Um, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I keep telling the parents, look, we just sort of gradually ratchet up the pressure here in terms. We're gonna, but I also have to keep in mind they want their $20,000 back, right? They don't want Eric to have a fun time with an interesting YouTube topic. They'd rather keep it all under wraps to the extent that they can, you know. So I don't agree with that, but that's not my concern. It's like they're not paying me to help them with this, but I told them at the outset, listen, we're doing it my way. Because, you know, it's like what's really happened here with these PayPal people is they had them in the wrong box. They thought they had an example of Mia, and they didn't really know what it was an example of. And I mean, the thing is, they can't. The ridiculous thing is, they can't cite the rule that he purportedly violated. It's crazy, right? And so then they want us to write in an appeal, which basically says, you establish all the facts of the case, and then we'll be able to tell you which rule you violated if you violated one, right? Which is completely fucked up. I have with Clonny. I take it periodically. I took half of Clonny last night. That's why I slept so well. Clonny is a medication version of one of those night hats that you go to bed for your long winter sleep, for your long winter's nap. I took half of two, I guess, or one. You just took 1 milligram of it. I think Rachel has 2 milligram ones. Oh, maybe she has 1 milligram then. I'm not sure, but she usually takes a half of it, and I only ever take a half of it. I have taken like a full one once before, but it's so much. It's just like, boom. I remember when I took a full one. I took a full one before I went to get those 8 teeth pulled out. It did make the whole experience much more chill. It was per Winston's mom's suggestion. It's a wise suggestion. I could look at Rachel's bottle and tell you. No, she has 2 milligram ones, dude. They do exist. See? She's got 2 milligram ones. Should I ask them about if they have an ombudsman? Have you guys heard about my song about ombudsman? I have a song about an ombudsman. I'll link it. I'll just play it for you. I'll put it up here on the thing. Okay, let's play the ombudsman song now. If you haven't heard a good ombudsman song lately, maybe this will be a treat for you. When's the last time you heard a good ombudsman song? Probably the last time you heard, oh, almighty ombudsman, we love you so. Here it is. Ombudsman. 54 seconds of pure glory. Alright, I'm going to put the mic on here. Everybody must seek approval before they can come to my party. Everybody must submit petitions before they can come to my party. But they can seek redress if they do not like my decision, because there's an ombudsman at this party. There's an ombudsman at this party to regulate rules about being tardy. It's a Halloween party, so you really ought to be in costume. And we're not getting caught by Scott Lewin. The party cop is like a bonus spin. You win with just one stop, and it's a trip to the ombudsman, and it's a lot of fun at this party. Everybody must seek approval before they can come to my party. Everybody must submit petitions before they can come to my party. But they can seek redress if they do not like my decision, because there's an ombudsman at this party. There's an ombudsman at this party to regulate rules about being tardy. It's a Halloween party, so you really ought to be in costume. And we're not getting caught by Scott Lewin. The party cop is like a bonus spin. You win with just one stop, and it's a trip to the ombudsman, and it's a lot of fun at this party. I know, I enjoyed that. I hope you did as well. It was about ombudsman. Well, here's the thing, Horace Bumbler. Since 2017, when PayPal settled a class action lawsuit for exactly this kind of shit, they've changed the language in their user agreements to basically preclude any class action lawsuits. Lawyers are generally interested in things where there's class action lawsuits, not where there's damages of $20,000. My goal is to get them their money back without involving the courts, without involving, even making a big stink on YouTube or anything, right? Because they're my friends and I want them to get their money back more than I want stuff that might be fun for me. Okay. Even though I do want stuff that would be fun for me. Like, I want to go to San Jose and go to the PayPal corporate offices and, be like, I'm here to talk to you about Jeffrey. But I don't think they really want that, so I can't put myself first in this instance so much. They just want to get their 20 grand. You're going to micro sleep. Oh, that's good. It's like I would end this live stream, but I have no idea what I would do after I ended it. I'd probably just pace around for a bit. I might clean. I might work on music. That's possible. I mean, the thing is, the racial angle does give us a lot more scariness to an average person hearing this and thinking an irrational jury might side too heavily on something. They might be threatened by that racial angle. The thing is, any rational jury or jurist will side with Jeffrey, because it's like, how can they keep $20,000 on the justification that you violated the user agreement without being able to specify how you violated the user agreement, while concurrently agreeing that violations only occur specifically? Is beyond me, right? It's like, that's what I got him to agree in the first and the second conversation. So it's like, okay, you people have your collective heads of your collective behinds in a way that is getting poop all over your head. Anyway, I've got this list like 12 people on the corporate board of PayPal. So I think tomorrow when I call, I'm going to say, can I speak to Daniel Dawson? You know, like they all have like regular sounding names like that, you know. Daniel W. Dawson, please. Oh, he's not there to talk to me? I thought he was in charge up there at PayPal. How about CEO Edwin Owens? Can I talk to him? How about Sarah, what's an Indian last name? Like, from India. Like, I don't know. Something Indian. Like, Sophia Curry. Sophia Curry and lentils. And she's like an Indian lady. You know, they got diversity. They got a dark-skinned fellow as their CEO. You know, they got some nice prominent diversity among the white men. Looks good. Well, I want to talk to each of them. I'm going to ask to speak to each of them in turn. Are you telling me not a single matter of the PayPal board, not a single member of the PayPal board is willing to discuss the way that their company financially raped this young businessman? Not a single one of them has enough compassion for the people who comprise their user base. Real human beings. Like Hui, who plays in the LA Philharmonic. And his son, who's just trying to do his best to achieve at a high level. He's a really smart kid and so creative in his vision, but you're crushing it right now. You're stomping on his little heart. You scoundrels. You scoundrels are stomping on a young boy's heart. You know, emotional people, like, that's a good argument for them sometimes. Even though it's a terrible argument, right? It's not even an argument. It's just like, what you're doing is fucked up. But you gotta really slather on why it's so fucked up, you know? Ideally, they would have run over a couple of puppies on the way to stealing their $20,000, but I don't think I can establish that, so I'll have to leave that aside. SEC rules for PayPal. This looks very promising, like, listen, I'm gonna check it out. I wonder if there's something really useful for me to cite from that, you know. No, I agree with you, Horse Mumbler, and that's what I keep telling the parents. See, the ESTJ mom wants to understand all the steps of how this is going to play out. Like we got in a big fight. We didn't get a big fight. I was screaming at her before the phone call because she's always trying to make contingency plans in case my thing doesn't work or whatever. I'm just like, look, stop trying to change the reality I'm currently arguing about and just let this play out, okay? If you take action and change the reality we're arguing about to make yourselves somehow less victims, then you ruin my argumentation blocks here. We will get you your money back, I promise you. And if I fail, then do whatever you're going to do, you know. But let me fail first and don't work against me by making other contingency plans and other ESTJ bullshit, okay? Well, why shouldn't we do this? Because then you change the reality I'm arguing. And that's when I said that, that's when she understood. The other thing I said, and when she finally understood what I was getting at and where I'm coming from is, look, if it gets past the talking part, I've already lost. I'm saying, let's win this in the talking part. While we're still talking back and forth with them, let's win it this way. And you're saying, well, how exactly? Well, let me just do it. I can't tell you how exactly, right? I'm gonna have to see what they say, respond to it, adjust, respond. It's a. But I do know this, that ultimately it's gonna be about convincing them that they put you guys in the wrong box, because that's why they did this in the first place. Is they thought they had you in a box where you deserved this in some fashion, but they were wrong. It's neither of those things. Their last name is neither who or when. I am so thirsty. I need a beverage. I'll be right back. You guys chat amongst yourselves. I should have listened to Winston's mom a long time ago when she told me to get a beverage. Oh, kitty wonderful. Why are you such a wonderful kitty? I would say that's why I don't like doing that. I mean, after both those conversations, I felt icky. I felt icky because it's the perfect TI any self-justification storm. We're in the right. This guy's spouting bullshit. It's a matter of some significance, so my anger is understandable. Although I'm not really angry about the significance, I'm angry about the lack of TI in the answers, And when I'm done, I'm filled with adrenaline, and I feel exhilarated and this icky kind of self-satisfaction at being forceful. And I do find it icky. And I don't like how I feel after those conversations. Listening to it now doesn't seem to bother me. But when I actually am doing it, there's a physical SI thing that happens that makes me uncomfortable, jittery. It's like adrenaline, post-adrenaline thing. And I don't like reveling in the ego spank bank area when it's about basically pushing people around, Just because I'm good at it doesn't mean I like it. I have mixed feelings about it, It's easy to go, look at me, I'm such a badass. But I'm not. really, by nature. I don't want to fight, you know. I don't like it. Makes me feel icky because to be a good fighter means a lack of compassion for the other party that you're arguing with, you know. If you really do a battle like it was at PayPal. So, but you know, that's where ultimately TI justifications win the day. And I have to remember that my ego response to it is a temporary puff of smoke. The realities are those arguments that stay put on the flow, you know? Talk us through your songwriting process. Well, in the last song I wrote, I guess maybe the last couple of songs I've written, I started with a bit of something from a freestyle or an old failed version of a song that I liked, and then I built the other parts around it. So, Cloudy Day in Los Angeles is like that. The verse came from a freestyle. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. How do you know? How would I know a person is bipolar? Well, they wouldn't answer that question like I just answered it typically, right? Well, the reason I answered it the way I did is because Rachel and I had this exact conversation after the phone call today. As I was saying, I don't like how I feel right now, you know? So, as far as songwriting goes, it's like, so this last song, I started with the chorus, or the 100,000 million years ago part, right? It was 100,000 million years ago, time ran slow, nobody yet to show, place the slabs below, and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Oh, holy clap, something to unchanging, I know, eternally new. So then I had to think what comes after that. And I just dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And then it's like I want to change somewhere, and I want it to be kind of an odd change, but I want it to be a comfortable change too. So it's like, so then this is before I'm really dealing with the rhythms of it, right? So it's like now when I'm playing it on the acoustic guitar, I'll usually play the verse part with the bass notes. And then the chorus, or the next part like this, you know. But when the slope would seem in charge today, other maps in transition, I need to look at it. I don't have memorized. But this part was hard to write. This part here was hard to write because, you know, this part's straightforward enough. But and only knew. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large steer. Normally you just go back down to it, way, stay right there or something, you know. And you could repeat it more if you wanted to, but I wanted to do something more interesting with it, I guess. So, but when the slope appears in charge today, options at large steer other ways. Give each a chance, once quick to check. And then getting back to where I wanted to go was challenging to realize that I had to go back to the F. But don't get caught standing on deck. And then naturally it just seems to go ba-na-na-na-na-na. So I figured out what that was. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. And getting the melody of that part was hard. Because I kept wanting to go up, but it needs to stay down, right? The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed over north. I wanted to change it up on the second one. But I still wanted it to work basically the same way. So to change up on the second one, instead of going to the G minor, I go to the C minor. Perhaps the better course was headed over north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. So it's like the end bit, the AD thing is the same in the chorus and the bridge. But the way it gets there is different. And they both lead back into the verse. So it's like this has a quality of the song that never ends, because if you play the things 1 2 3 1 2 3, they just keep going back into each other infinitely, you know. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Plant the slabs below and let them go, and they will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A whole of slabs go into view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large seem other ways. Give each a chance. Quick cheek to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. Not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed over north. They're now a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. The slab below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue with tears gnashing through. Hold the slabs from the view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options appear. So other ways, give each a chance. Want quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents fork. Not easy stopping short. Too far along, turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. There's now a better force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 years ago. See, you keep going around and around and around, right? So I had to add it in that made it trying to resolve. So I went with, it was 100,000 million years ago. This is like a very, I don't know, it seems like a Native American ending. Sounds kind of Native American to me. Or American Indian, as I believe they prefer to be called now. So I don't know if that explains my songwriting at all, but you know, mostly what it is hi Margaret. Mostly what it is trial and error with concepts or whatever, and then I might come up with a hooky bit that then I'll try to build out from. And then, like, for a long time when I was writing this one, I had the chords wrong for the last line of the chorus. It's like the melody didn't really quite work with the chords, and then I figured out, oh, it's supposed to be G minor F. So it's like, in that regard, the melody dictates the chords, ideally, not the other way around. But I often start with chords just randomly and singing shit until I find like a core nugget of a song that I can build off of. I mean, the thing about good songwriting in general is this. Oh no, yeah, Yeah, I could get a bass, you know. I think it will be too. I think it's gonna be a good song when it grows up, so to speak. When it's fully produced and stuff. It's a little wordy, you know. Cloudy Day in Los Angeles is a better song than this, but this will be catchy once it's all put together. And the parts of the song are the right parts of the song. Like, in other words, it's right. It's not some Eric's version of something. It's what it's supposed to be. The various parts are like, but it's not so what it's supposed to be that it's too familiar. You know, you got to keep things changed up a little bit. And I'm also very aware of what I've done before in songs, so I try not to repeat myself either. That's a little bit more challenging because there are certain like habits you get into, even if you're an NE Dom. Alright, let's say we're going to try to write a song right now. Often it happens when I'm in a certain kind of mood that makes me feel like writing a song. Sit down and write one without anything to start it off of. But if that's the case, then it would still almost always start with something freestyle-y. Like, when I start with just a guitar part, I tend to find that I can't, those songs don't come out good. So I've got to start with singing and chords at the same time and see if there's something good, you know? So I might like freestyle for a bit and record myself waiting to kind of catch a moment of goodness or juice. I gotta catch a moment of goodness or juice, 'cause all of these clothes are way too loose on me. Gotta catch a moment of your juice, 'cause all these truths are way too loose on me. I wouldn't go there, I don't think, but maybe once or twice. Maybe as a segue to the chorus, that might just be right. And then up here, I just like fuck around like that, right? You can kind of see where things are supposed to go. Like, the first time I ever realized that was when I was writing this song. One of the first songs I wrote that I still play, which is I come from New York City and down to Florida, yeah. Down from Chicago, California, way. And I never left the place I love, 'cause I was out of dough. 1/2 step from Utah and 2 miles to Idaho. So I didn't know the chorus, right? And then, like, the next day, it came to me all of a sudden that the chorus is supposed to go, so when you tell me, darling, you might have now. And I gotta tell you, baby, things are looking mighty bleak. So it's like I realized that was the first time I actually experienced, oh, this is what the chorus is supposed to be. And that's what you gotta do to write good songs, is you gotta put the thing that's supposed to be there that makes the thing an original, unique entity distinct from all other musical entities. And it's very challenging, it's very challenging to balance all these various elements into like a perfect song, so to speak. My best songwriting achievements are Satchel of Helpful Goods and probably Cloudy Day in Los Angeles is definitely one of my favorites. I like to play it a lot. It really plays gratifyingly, and that's usually a good sign as well. A sign of something that's got more of a. It's just at a higher level of accomplishment than things that don't quite catch all the bits of lightning in the right bottle, you know? Thanks, Sean. That song's called Destruction of the Whole Damn World. That's another song that's a little bit on the wordy side. I made some changes to it at some point to sort of diminish some of the words, so the beginning of it's very not wordy. We need to see. We need to know. We need to pen. Happening down in a logic to life that drives simply unlike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Karsten and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. And then it's like, okay, well, where does it go, right? It goes here. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie does too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Then back into it. Judy always thought that she should have bought too when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about should or not, although she ever called. She'll die. And then this other thing is the transition thing. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at the miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. It's hard for me to breathe that part, right? It's like that thing, follow necessarily from their savage ways, at the pitch it's at, requires a whole breath from me, and I can't ever get the breathing on it right. Except on the recording, which sounds a lot better, you know, because I can. But yeah, I think that's a good song, and people tend to like that song, even though it's got a lot of, it's a little wordy, it's a little busy. You know, I try to, that's where I go wrong, is stuff that gets a little wordy and a little busy, because it's my nature. But my best songs, I manage that more successfully. I actually think that one of my best songwriting accomplishments is What's the Big Problem, which is not necessarily a song that plays super well on the guitar by just guitar and voice, but I think is a really well written song nevertheless. So like this one, and if you look at it here, you'll see it's not an especially complicated song or anything, but it's a matter of it's got its own unique rhythm to it that defines the song, and that very much is helpful, although not absolutely necessary. Here it is, problem. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. I played it well that time too. Even though it's a little out of my range of spots, you know, it's like there's things that make it more or less effective as a song on the guitar and voice, you know. Oh, you're in San Jose, Sean. You can go yell at PayPal for me. I don't know if you've heard, but I've been yelling at PayPal lately. Not on my behalf, but I've never had any problem with PayPal. I like PayPal. Well, but they really pull the number on my clients. So I've been on the phone with them saying, "Hey, PayPal, what the fuck, dogs?" Like that. Like, "Hey, dogs, what the fuck?" You know? That's what I'm gonna say. And they'll be like, "Bruh." And I'll be like, "Bruh." So anyway, we exchanged bros for a while, and then I'm not sure what happened after that. I think I'm going to wrap up this live stream. I have a 6 a.m. typing. I think I'm going to go lie down for a little while, see if I can fall asleep for an hour or something. Then I'll get back up and begin the day afresh with a wonderful, 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 amazing bowl of wonder. If you like amazement, glory, and wonder, you're going to absolutely love my new feature film, Wonderful, Amazing Glory. Alright, so before you go to bed tonight, everybody, I want you, each of you, to rub your glory, okay? Rub your glory hard before bed. That's my parting words for you for the evening. Don't forget to rub your glory hard, okay? First, I want you to jiggle your glory, Then I want you to joggle it. Then I want you to tickle it. Then I want you to toggle it. Then I want you to toss it around the room like a bag of potatoes. When you're done with all that, then maybe you will spend enough time with your glory. Also, I want each of you to go to sleep with my Ombudsman song on loop. I think that's only fair. It's only fair that each of you spend the next 4 or 5 hours listening to my Ombudsman song on loop. I'll put the link here. Oh, I don't have the link there. Silly Eric. Links are for kids. I want a fierce fondling for future fortune, as Sean says, okay? It's the only way you're going to know for sure that things are awesome, like I say. So anyway, each of you guys put my Ombudsman song on loop as you sleep. Try to run through it about 50 times. Currently, it was published in 2015, okay? It currently has 109 views and 3 thumbs up. So I really need some loopage on this song so that people can appreciate how glorious and wonderful it is. But apparently right now, it's not really perceived as very glorious and wonderful. So obviously people's perceptions are wrong. That must be the case, I guess. Anyhow, I'm still here, aren't I? I said I was leaving. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I love you all.